You did there we go. Hey there, I'm a professional. I do this all the time. How you doing there, friends? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is January 14th, 2025. And we're not going to write any code today, actually. I normally say, and we're going to write a little bit of code today, but we're not going to write any code today because today is a special stream. I've talked to you in the past that about how much I enjoy presenting and working on the .NET Conf event, how much that event means to our community, and we can do so much to present and talk about and learn about all the great stuff that's happening for .NET developers, wherever you might be, whatever you might be working on, whether it's web development, cloud development, native development, mobile development. There's all kinds of topics as part of .NET Conf that you can be a part of, that you can learn more from and experience and even explore and check out some new things that you might not be familiar with. It's a tremendous, tremendous opportunity. Thank you so much, everybody out there, for joining us. Let me take a look at the chat room right now. I don't have a view where I can bring up the chat room right here, but I'm gonna take a peek around here. We're broadcasting live, of course, on YouTube and Twitch. Let me say hello to some friends that are out there. I see Null Sheffo is here. PBS Dev, Napalm Codes, happy time zone to you. There's our friend DD Walsh in the Twitch chat. PBS Dev is here because they heard from Sasha about Uno platform. That's right. We're going to be doing a little bit of discussion about Uno platform in just a second. Nick Randolph is here. PBS Dev is excited to see the hot design in action again. Very cool. Reg, good morning. Hello, hello. Y Kumar is here. Hello, hello. And it's a donutless day in Bellevue for our friend Didi. Oh my gosh, what a shame. That's terrible. Thank you for the sub, PBS Dev. Appreciate that. There we go. It's a donutless day. What are we going to do? Do you have my audio back, Nick? You good there? All right, fantastic. Hello to Paneo Tap in Greece, and UNESCO is here. It's the Code Party team is back. We learned about a lot of great things at .NET Conf, and throughout the day today, we have a bunch of different speakers. We have a bunch of different guests that are going to answer your questions, share some of their demos again so we can learn more about it. Check out the speaker schedule just below. If you're watching on Twitch, it's in the About panels just below. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description. All the times are in Eastern Standard Time, all right? So we're at about 11 a.m. here, and we're going to get things started talking about a topic that was brand new from some folks in the community. It's not a Microsoft release. It's really great stuff, and I want to bring on our friend Nick Randolph to talk about some of the great stuff that Uno is doing here. And here comes Nick now. Hey there, Nick.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. How's things?
Oh, it's so good. It's been 2 months since .NET Conf, and I keep getting folks popping in and asking questions and talking about the Uno platform and what's going on there. Can I share your screen and the slides and we talk a little bit about Uno?
Yeah.
And your team had an amazing announcement as part of .NET Conf.
We did. I mean, the team's continually pushing out updates, and we continue to try and push the bounds of what we can do with the Microsoft stack and across all of the supported platforms. But this year, particularly, we had some really interesting releases, and I'd love to share some of the details that we covered at .NET Conf as part of this session. And so, for those who maybe are not familiar with the Uno platform, we are cross-platform technology. It's an open source project, and the goal there is to build, to enable you to build applications that are going to take you across all the multitude of platforms that are available. So pretty much wherever .NET runs, you'll be able to use the Uno platform to target an app. So whether it be WinUI all the way through to iOS, Android, web, you name it, we're there. And increasingly, the other aspect of it is not just to be able to build apps to target those platforms. It's also to enable developers to build using the tool set that they're the IDE and the platform that they're most familiar with. So if you're a Linux developer and you're using VS Code, we've got tooling for you. If you're on Mac using Rider, we've got tooling for you. And so, you can use those to build an Uno app that's going to target the multitude of platforms that we now support. So,
and I love the code sharing that enables you to do. You built something that works great on the website. You need it in a mobile app. You can copy and paste, share code, it's libraries back and forth between those different environments.
Yeah, and actually, this is really important as well because developers come from different backgrounds. So the heritage of where Uno platforms come from is basically is XAML plus C#. But if you're just a C# dev and you want to stick in C#, you can use C# markup. So you don't need to take along the the XAML. You can just use C# markup to do all of your UI and obviously the code and logic for your applications as well. So. But yeah, the history is there in XAML, and as we get into talking about some of the advances in the tooling, the XAML that was originally created by Microsoft to support tooling, we're now coming back to that and basically leveraging that to build, sort of a best of breed designer for building mobile and cross-platform applications. So let me actually skip ahead. One of the things we did announce at Uno, sorry, .NET Conf, I called it Uno Conf for a minute. It was that important to us,
It was.
is that we announced the availability of Uno Platform Studio. And so this is a collection of tooling that sits above the open source Uno platform, so it's built on top of it. And the idea there is that you can take what you need from the Uno platform to build the applications you want. But if you really want to be in that rapid application development space, that's where the Uno Platform Studio is going to take you there. And so one of the components that we've had for quite a while now that's wrapped into this is the design to code experience. So basically taking your design in Figma and then extracting either XAML or C# markup and actually just dropping that into your application. So that's kind of trying to reduce that friction between designers and developers. And the fact that that's it's a direct translation from your Figma code into your Uno application makes it very less stressful for developers to try and get everything pixel perfect, because it's just it comes out the way that you want it to.
Nick, honestly, that you can't stress that enough. The number of times
lost your audio again. Are you?
You
still got me?
Can you hear me? Am I still here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Yeah, Sarah is giving me a thumbs up. Hello. Can you hear me now? He refreshed, and I think he lost his connection here to StreamYard. Here he comes.
I don't know what's going on there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
There we go.
StreamYard's freaking out a little bit and it's dropping my audio, or your audio, as the case may be.
Yeah. So I was going to say that Figma adoption and the ability to adapt there. The number of times that I've been given a website design that's in Figma and I need to copy it out and get all the CSS and things positioned correctly is such a pain in the neck, because you export and okay, I've got a little bit of CSS and I need to paste it into this file over here. To have one tool that enables that is tremendous.
Yeah. And look, we recognize that not everyone's going to be using Figma. So, the focus of our attention is now shifted to the developer experience. So whether you're in, as I mentioned before, VS Code or Rider or Visual Studio, we've done a lot of work to enable the hot reload experience. So, for those who remember edit and continue, it's basically the ability to modify your application whilst it's running. It's gone through a couple of permutations, but hot reload seems to be sort of the industry name for it right now. But yeah, the ability to not just make changes to C#, but also to make changes to XAML. So behind the scene, we do, the XAML gets parsed and converted to and piped down in the same way as C# updates do. And the idea is that experience will go across all of the platforms that you're debugging or you're building apps for. And then we've got an actual indicator that indicates the status of those updates. So, when you're making changes, sometimes it's uncertain as to whether those changes have been pushed down to the running application or not. The indicator that we have it informs you of when those updates are actually pushed out and applied to the running application. So that's useful from a status perspective, and it's useful to get that level of feedback. But more importantly, we've done a lot of work into this hot design space. And so this is our runtime designer that's designed to basically allow developers to essentially drag and drop experience for building your application. So for those who have been around for a while, like you and I, will remember the good old days of the WinForms designers and WPF designers, and then the evolution into things like Blend and support for UWP and WinUI. And so these designers were quite powerful in their time, and in fact still are for things like WinForms. But they kind of lacked the general adoption that Microsoft were definitely expecting to get out of something like Expression Blend. Incredibly powerful tool. We built some really amazing Windows Phone and Windows apps using them.
We did.
But you kind of really needed to have a designer who understood how to use Expression Blend, because it wasn't your developer's cup of tea. And so that was the fragmentation that we kind of saw in the market. And Microsoft ended up identifying that and moving a lot of those tooling back into Visual Studio, where developers were more comfortable. But by that stage, the ship had kind of sailed, and we were moving away from those. But more importantly, they kind of suffered from the fact that you can only take them so far. Like by the time you've dragged on a list onto the screen, you're starting to get into editing templates, but then you're kind of trying to imagine what it's going to look like, because you don't actually have any data. And so you've got a list of nothing on the screen, and you're trying to move things around. And so you then cobble together some design time data, and you kind of have this half-running beast of an app. And trying to maintain your design time data was almost more effort than actually just running the app, making the changes, close the app, do it again, that type of thing. And so
they even at one point had a way to automatically generate design time data and stub in that information. And
yeah, exactly. And so that was they were the challenges that we saw with those traditional sort of design time editors. And the next evolution we're kind of seeing is into these sort of previewers of design and dev tools. So you do have some at design time again. So things like the Uno Playground, the Dart pads of the world, where you can jump into a live editing experience and see what the outcome's going to be. But they're kind of disjointed from your app development experience, and so they're good for prototyping or mocking something up, but they're not really good as a app development tool that's going to take you to building your complex 100-page style application, right? But then at runtime, we're seeing, there are various tools like the live preview windows, the live properties windows, where you can go and see what the current runtime values are for various properties. You can see the hierarchy of your app. You can see, you can interrogate certain aspects of your app. You can even make some subtle changes, but those changes aren't persisted in any way. So as soon as you stop the app, you've lost those changes. And we kind of recognize that experience was kind of actually quite cool. Like the fact that you could go and modify your running app using these sort of, these tool windows. And we figured, well, it would be really cool if you could just save those values back to the XAML that's generating your app. And that was the basis for hot design. And so I think it might be worth an opportunity just to switch across, and I'll just go give a quick overview of hot design in action.
Sure.
And so we can take some questions and as we go through this. So what I've got here is basically, this is a mock app. It's called Chefs, and we'll be shipping this as a sample that people can get familiar with, well, the full gambit of the Uno platform, but also take advantage of some of the recipes and design things that we've got for hot design as well. The entry experience here for both Hot Reload and Hot Design is this sort of floating widget that sort of starts off in the left corner, but you can drag it around. And it's got these two icons, the first of which on the right-hand side is Hot Reload. And so you can see here that this is sort of the events that get bubbled up as you start to make changes in your XAML or C#. And so, you can actually query that and see, the updates that have been applied to your app. On the left-hand side, you've actually got the Hot Design button. If I click onto that, we'll go from our running application experience into our Hot Design experience. And so you can see here that we've kind of transitioned from the application taking the full window to application being in the center. And if I drag this around, you can see that this is actually very similar to a design-based experience you'd expect to see in Figma. You can zoom in, you can scroll around, etc. So the center, your application's moved into the center. There is actually a frame that we put around the edge, so you can actually see the bounds of what would be your application. And then on the outside, we've then got our various tooling windows. So toolbacks in the top left-hand corner. So these are the controls that you can drag onto your application. We've got our elements list that kind of gives you the hierarchical or the element hierarchy view of your application. And then on the right-hand side, we've got our property grid. So as I select on the various things like a button, you'll see that the various properties for that button are then displayed on the right-hand side. And the top, the toolbar that I first clicked on to enter Hot Design has now transformed into a more full-fledged toolbar that's got some various aspects for working with your application. So this button in the middle, I can click on here and I can actually say, okay, well, I want to see what my application looks like in a mobile view, okay? And then I can switch, so that's pretty clever. And obviously you can control things like the zoom level as well. If I reset that back, we can also see what our application can look in dark theme. Okay, so I can switch that and I can see that I need to do some work on some of the themings, particularly the images there. And then the other aspect I can do is I can switch to what we call sort of an interactive mode. And so here I'm actually switching back to the running app. So I'm not in sort of select mode anymore. And this allows me to click on these buttons and actually interact with them as if, it is my running app. And so the idea there is that you're not actually leaving the design experience, you're just switching modes from being in a sort of a select mode to interactive mode. Okay, and so, I mean, obviously, while we're here, let's make a little bit of a change because this button doesn't look particularly great. And I'll come over here, and at the top of here, at the top of the properties list, we've sort of tried to elevate the use of styles. And this is a feature that I feel that people kind of lose in the XAML space, and it takes them a year or so to get their heads around it. And then they go, oh, well, why didn't I do this from day zero? And it's much the same as styles got elevated to that top bar in Word. So because people just weren't using them, didn't know about styles. So you press Control B to do bold, and then you increase the font size in this particular paragraph to show a heading. And then once you realize that you could do that with styles, it's like, oh. The idea here is that you've got a button selected here. We've got a bunch of predefined styles that I can then go and select on, and then that way you start to build consistency through your application experience. Okay. So that's the button there. So let's exit back out of here and let's actually go, we'll skip this welcome page and just go a little bit further into the app here. And we're going to go into, so this is the sort of the chef's experience. And I'm going to click on the particular recipe that just doesn't have any data on it. So this is our sort of empty screen. And just so you get an idea of what this should look like, let me see if I've got, it should look like this. So basically a hero image of the recipe, and then sort of an ingredients list with a sort of a tab bar at the top and a header bar at the top there. So let's go and just build the basics of that. So I'll go back into Hot Design, and we'll start off. So I've got my grid here, and if you remember from the design, we kind of got like a navigation bar up top, then the kind of two panels, so image and then the list of ingredients. So we'll go ahead and build that very, very simply just by adding a couple of columns here. So just column editor basically allows you to create columns like that, and you can see that there's a visual divider that appears on the screen there. And we'll do the same for rows. Okay, so I'll come out here and we'll just add a second row in here. So you will see the divider appear in the middle, but the first row here, we're actually going to set it to auto size. Now it's going to disappear temporarily because it doesn't have any content, so it's going to size to 0. But it will come back in a minute when we actually drop some content in there. So across the top, we'll grab our navigation bar. So we'll drop that onto the grid, like so, and it defaults to the top left corner because if you remember, we've got a grid with 2 rows, 2 columns, so it goes into the first row and column. But I can come over here to my property grid, and if I just look up span, you'll see I've got column span. I can now set that to 2, and it's going to take effect and span across the width there. Let's put the name of the recipe at the top here. So I'm going to modify the content property on the navigation bar. We're going to use a data binding. And so this is our first opportunity to see our sort of a data context explorer. So we can actually see the runtime data context for the current page. And I can drill down those and I can see that in the recipe, we're not just seeing a breakdown of the type information, we're actually seeing a breakdown of the actual information that's there. So this page, if you remember from when I clicked into this page, I clicked on avocado toast. So you can see here that it's got the information about that recipe there. So I can come down here to the name, click on that, and you'll see that that avocado toast, which was in the Explorer, now appears across the top there. Okay, let's quickly add a couple of extra things. So let's just add our image onto here. So we'll drop that into the left pane here. And we'll follow a similar process to just set the image there. So again, we'll just drop into here. And again, underneath our recipe, there's an image. So that'll start to populate those. This isn't quite the hero image I kind of was looking for. So let's actually just change the stretch mode to uniform to fill, and let's just horizontally align that into the center. Now on the right hand side, we were going to have a list. So let's just do our list view, just drag that over to here. And so for here, we're going to use the item source property because we're going to be populating the ingredients list. And we'll come over to here and select ingredients from there. So you'll see immediately it gets populated with the list of ingredients, but not really with the design that I'm that happy with. So I'll go to my item template and go ahead. And now we're in our item template or our data template editing mode. And so a similar kind of experience. We've got our editing experience here. So our canvas in the middle, we've got our elements tree on the left-hand side. So I'll start by splitting this grid into two. So let's go again, column definitions, split into two. But this time the first column I'm actually going to set to be a fixed number of pixels. So I'll set it to 50. And we'll see that again, the vertical divider appears there. And in here, we're going to just put a couple of quick items into here. So we'll put an image onto the left there. And we'll bind this to be the image for the ingredient. So, and what's interesting here is when I go into the data context explorer, it's not just giving me the full data context for the page anymore, because it recognizes that I've gone and edited the template for that particular list, right? So it's giving me essentially the first item that's actually in the list and the information associated with that. So I can go ahead and say, okay, well, I want the URL icon. And again, that's going to appear there. It's a bit blurry, so let's just take the stretch off that. We'll grab a text block and throw that onto the right-hand side. And hopefully this will be the last time you see this binding explorer. Let's just go in here and grab the name property on there. And we'll just line that into the center and change font size up. And we'll come out of here. And ideally, this would update here. Now, there is a slight bug in this version of it, but what we'll do is switch back to code view, and I'll just we'll take a look at the layout here. Now, one of the things that we saw quite consistently with the early version, in particular of Blend, is that as you drag things around, it ended up generating some very verbose XAML that developers would then have to spend a lot of time curating and trimming out the bits that they didn't want. So we've tried to optimize as far as we can the XAML that's actually getting generated. So there shouldn't really be any XAML here that defines anything beyond what we initially were speccing out. And you'll also notice that as I was dragging things around in the design experience, it wasn't doing like an absolute position, absolute positioning of items, which Blend seem to have a habit of doing. It actually tries to basically, it'll drop the item onto the screen, and then it'll actually take up the available space as if the item was there on the canvas. Okay, so let me just save this, and I'm going to trigger a hot reload. And then when we're back in our app, we'll see that our ingredients updates like that. So I just want to be conscious of time and open the floor and get some feedback from other people. If people have got questions about this experience, I'll take them.
You're doing very well on time. You've got a good call it 7 minutes that we can talk here. Your colleague Francois has been helping out really well in chat here. And even mentioned that for folks that want to sign up and try out the designer, they can do that for the folks that are watching now. Really cool. Glad to hear that from your team. There were some folks that were asking, "Hey, can you give me a little bit of They stopped in a little bit late, asking for the quick rundown of what the Uno platform is. So
Yeah, for sure.
we got
It's
them
just
up
to
to
just
speed, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just to do a recap, I mean, Uno platform is basically it's a cross-platform tool set for building applications that target pretty much everywhere that .NET runs. Um, as a nutshell, I'm sure Francois gave a more elaborate answer to that than I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, for those who want it, hop on the waitlist. We are gradually trying to get as many people into the pre-beta as possible. The expectation is that we're just rounding some corners, and then we'll move into a more public open beta that people can join in.
So there are a couple questions here that we can touch on real quick. The PBS dev asked, "How well does this play with other libraries like Prism?"
Well, funny you should ask, actually. So Dan actually was contributing quite a lot to the Uno platform, and so he does have a build of Prism that is compatible with the Uno platform. So yeah, reach out to Dan. He's really helpful, and we'll be able to walk you through trying to integrate that with the Uno platform. Yeah, for sure.
Very cool. And I've got to make sure I touch on this question from Codebase Alpha. I know you get this a lot, but can you talk a little bit about comparing Uno and .NET MAUI?
Yeah, look, I don't want to draw direct comparisons to it because sometimes it's horses for courses, in the sense that, like, if you're a Microsoft shop and you've got a lot of devs who are keen and you've come from a Xamarin Forms space, then .NET MAUI can be your answer. It will give you support for iOS and Android with some WinUI stuff thrown in there. If you want to then take that to other platforms, that's when Uno takes the cake in the sense that, if you want to target Linux, if you want to target the web as well, we've got you covered. As I mentioned in the opening address, the tooling across, but whatever platform you're coming to, whether it be Mac or Linux or Windows, or you're in Rider or whatever, that's where Uno really shines, is the ability to support the industry there.
And thinking back, when folks jumped on Xamarin and got involved with Xamarin, Xamarin was a third-party community a product that was assembled by another company that you added on to .NET. Same thing going on here. So this isn't a foreign experience for .NET developers. We've been doing this type of collaboration with other tools that folks are building to help our community. It's great stuff.
Yeah. And look, just to touch on that, so like, as a bit of a comparison, they both use XAML. The SKU of XAML for .NET MAUI is slightly different from the one that Uno platform uses. Theirs is a unique XAML to MAUI, whereas the Uno platform is based on the WinUI XAML, which was historically on the UWP XAML. And then within the Uno platform, there is support for embedding MAUI components, right? So if you've got a third-party MAUI library and you want to use that on iOS and Android WinUI, you can bring that to the platform, and that's supported through our MAUI embedding.
Very cool. I see you have a link for the Discord there. I know the folks that are hanging out in our chat enjoy visiting a Discord and learning more. Make sure you check that out at platform.uno/Discord. There's a question here from PBS Dev. Let me bring this one up. Are there any plans for PSD integration like you have with Figma?
Look, it's definitely something we can take back to the team. It's not currently on our roadmap, but I won't say never. If there's a compelling reason for it, then it's something that we could consider. Yeah. But shout out on the Uno repo if you want something like that. Raise it as an issue. Let's get some community love behind it, and let's see where it goes.
So before we wrap up, then I've got to go to McNett's question here. Can Nick reveal what's coming next? That's a little dangerous question, isn't it?
It is. The short-term future is definitely around hot design and getting that out of the gates. But we're continuing to push out new builds. Like there'll be a 5.6, which is the next increment coming out very shortly. That's got some nice improvements in it. As you can imagine from just the standard numbering, there's a 6 that will come out in the near future, and so there'll be some stuff that will excite the community a little bit around that. It's got some really cool stuff. If you follow the repository, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I don't want to give away too much of the thunder on the Uno 6 release yet.
Can you speak briefly towards release cycles? How frequently the Uno team has a release, and how long that's supported?
Yeah, so we do typically do releases every couple of months. We'll do stable releases every couple of months. There are backports that we do support on to a degree. So if you're on, say, a version 5 build, we'll typically backport to 1, maybe 2 versions of 5. In some cases, we'll backport significant defects or significant issues back to version 4, but we don't typically. We'll continue to support it in the case of there being a major problem, but we do try to obviously encourage developers to take advantage of the new tooling. I guess one thing that is worth mentioning is that the step up from 3.4 to 5 was a major change and a major increment, because we adopted an SDK based approach. So it's a single project for building across all of these targets using essentially the Uno SDK. So instead of a Microsoft.NET SDK, you're now targeting Uno SDK. And the advantage there is it brings in a bunch of the target versions for various components that we use. So we used to always run into issues where there was incompatibilities and stuff like that, whereas the Uno SDK tries to eliminate the need for developers to have to think about that stuff. But it also brings together the tooling work that we're doing, and the way that those integrate into VS Code, and Rider is all packaged as part of the Uno SDK. So short-term cycles, every couple of months. We do dev builds that are pretty much nightly, or even more frequently. Literally, anytime there's a drop on any of the repositories that we do, there'll be a new version of the SDK coming out very shortly with that for developers to test on. So, we're about to ship 5.6. There is already a 5.7 beta or dev version that's available for developers. So if you're always on the bleeding edge, you can always take advantage of those. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. It's been great to learn more about the Uno platform. I love seeing hot design, and it warms my heart to see the designer come roaring back, and how we're making app development more accessible to folks by bringing that tooling back. It's really great stuff that your team is building there.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's great to share this with the community. So,
all righty. Take care, Nick. Thanks so much for joining us. And that's Nick Randolph. All
Thanks,
righty.
guys.
And we'll dismiss him, let him go. Thank you so much to Nick and the folks at Uno Platform. Really great stuff. Make sure you check out their website at platform.uno. All right. Hey, Francois, thank you so much for joining us there in chat. Yeah, helping out. I see some other folks that were really interested in learning more about building mobile and native apps and checking out the Uno platform. That's really great stuff. It was great to see that announcement from them, pushing out the capabilities with the hot designer there. I'm really excited to see more with that as they continue to evolve it, to grow it. It's really a neat bit of innovation. Now, we had another great announcement that happened as part of .NET Conf, and it was around AI and a new set of libraries that we have available. And we've got Luis here to join us and talk more about that. Let me bring him in. I see him down there. Hello, my friend.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Great to see you. Thanks so much. I'm really happy to talk to you more about Microsoft.extensions.AI.
Yeah, I'm super excited to share a little bit more about some of the things that we, announced at .NET Conf. Also, I think you've been building a few projects on your stream with
I
AI.
have, yes.
Nice.
It's been really fun to dive in and explore, and the freedom that the extensions library gives me to be able to build and swap in different models and different approaches. I've just scratched the surface. But there's more going on here than just connecting and working with a chatbot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got it spot on, right? Like what we're trying to do here is, just like we've done many times in the .NET ecosystem, is provide sort of the glue, right, for different folks to then build, whatever it is that they're looking to, what's it called, that they're looking to build with stuff, because it's very flexible, right? With AI now, you can basically build all types of applications. And so we're not here to tell you, here's what you should be building or how you should build it, right? Rather, we just want to provide those building blocks that you can then build on top of. Let me share my screen here real quick and kind of go over some
Sure.
of the announcements. Let's see, entire screen. Yeah, screen 2. Let's do that. So Microsoft extensions, as we're kind of talking about, it's a set of building blocks, a set of abstractions that you can go ahead and build on top of. And what I'm looking at here is the What's New with .NET 9 page over in our Learn documentation. And so as part of extensions.ai, there's of course those set of abstractions for interacting with LLMs and different language models. There's different components there as well in terms of cross-cutting concerns that we provide, and you can also build your own. And then another one, which we sort of released in collaboration with the semantic kernel team here as well, is this vector data set of abstractions, right? And so for folks who've been doing or applying patterns like retrieval augmented generation, right? Being able to do semantic searches over their data, right, to find the most relevant documents. Vector data provides you with some of those foundational pieces for working with vector stores. Yeah,
I think what got me, and something that until I really dove into this, right? When I would hear about vector stores, I initially thought, oh, this is a thing that just helps to create a search engine, help create a search index, right?
Mhm.
It's like Lucene, and it's right. Okay, great. So it's going to store the word cloud, and it'll find the word clout also,
Mhm.
because it's similar when I search for that.
Yeah.
But what really hit me about this is it's not a spelling thing, but it's a meaning of the word.
Mhm. Mhm.
And there was an example that I went through where I did a search for cat, and it also returned kitten. Like, that
Yep.
is the power of the vector, and man, that unlocks so many things about search.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you can think, right, like a lot of with so much data out there, right, and that's why these types of experiences and applications are so powerful, right? Because when you combine the search, which contains that semantic meaning, as well as with this reasoning engine that the language models provide, right, you can not only search more efficiently, but also you can sort of customize what responses or the formatting of the outputs from those searches is, right? So it's a really powerful combination here of building blocks that you can, again, right, they're flexible enough that you can ultimately build whatever you want. I think the challenge more oftentimes is what is it that I can build, right? What can I build these things? What are the capabilities, and how can I exploit them within my scenario?
Yeah, how the various pieces fit together is a story, right? It's once you figure out how these things work, those last couple pieces really help to make it
Mhm.
shine. And I feel like I've really stumbled into. I don't have it turned on right now, but I've stumbled into this with the hat detection bot that we
Mhm.
built here on stream,
Yeah.
and I've got a good user interface for that. But what I'm how the extensions
Mhm.
help me with that is a big deal.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm seeing a question here from Codebase Alpha
Sure,
on
let me bring that up.
chat. Yeah. So yeah, this is actually a good question. It's a great question. And so one of the things that let me actually bring this up here, which hopefully adds a little bit of clarity as opposed to confusion. So the layers that we're talking about here are the AI abstractions, and that again, it provides you with a chat client, as well as embedding generation abstractions, again, for those RAG workflows. On the vector data side of the house, right, that provides you with abstractions for the actual data stores, right? It provides you some basic kind of CRUD-like interfaces for these vector stores. And so you're going to notice here that in libraries, there is semantic kernel. And so if you have been working with semantic kernel in the past with some of their abstractions and their interfaces, you can think of AI abstractions as that, right? Like, and so we worked with the semantic kernel team to bring some of those abstractions lower into sort of the .NET ecosystem, right? And so what that means is now semantic kernel, currently they're working on a variety of different other initiatives, and so they can focus on driving the latest and greatest in terms of what's happening in the AI industry. And so, and from a .NET perspective, right, we're providing them with those basic foundations, right, that they can then build on top of. And so there's current work that's ongoing on replatforming semantic kernel on top of these abstractions. And so, it's not sort of an either or, but rather it's, the abstractions providing that common layer that then other libraries like semantic kernel are building on top of.
So then I can swap in different models from different providers, different owners. It can be an OpenAI model. It can be an Ollama model. It can I can bring Claude in if I wanted to, and they'll all just work. We use that phrase so much, but man, the team has done an amazing job to enable us to do that, to just work.
Yeah, and the beauty of that also with abstractions is it also helps you create an ecosystem of additional libraries, a set of additional tools, right? That if they understand, if they talk this abstractions language, right, to your point, then the rest just works, right? You can build tooling around a chat client. You can build tooling around an embedding generator or a vector data store. And because you're programming against these abstractions as a library author, right, you don't have to worry about locking your users or writing, sort of concrete implementations yourself. Rather, you sort of let the user choose what works best for them, right? Let me see. Let me kind of pull over a code sample just to kind of show and illustrate some of the things that we're kind of talking about here. So to your point, Jeff, the one of the really powerful things about these abstractions is they allow you to choose different providers or just swap out different implementations, again, for sort of model providers, LLMs, as well as for embedding generation, right? And in this case, all I'm doing here, I'll kind of show you this application. All I'm doing is I am asking this language model to parse through the Ollama website. This could be a website of your choice, right? And I wanted to extract the links. And you can of course go ahead and do this. You can write your own parser. There's a ton of libraries out there that sort of can do this for you, right? But like, if I didn't want to write any code, how would I go about doing this? And so one of the things that we have here is you're able to choose different providers. So imagine, for example, that you wanted to in your dev environment, right? Maybe as part of your unit tests, things like that, you're running a local model, right?
Sure.
Or it may be
smaller, simpler.
Exactly. And there's multiple scenarios or reasons why you might do that. I noticed that there's a question here around local models, and we kind of talk about that in a little bit. But there's many reasons why you would want that, right? You're probably just prototyping. There may be cases where, for example, there's the latest and greatest models from for example, OpenAI, like O3, Claude, different providers, right? These are super beefy, really capable models. But sometimes you don't need that much power, right? And so having the ability to pick and choose, which model you're gonna use, maybe you might need a less powerful one, might be, local models may be an attractive, or smaller models may be an attractive choice. And so ultimately, whatever the scenario is, it's about picking what makes the most sense for solving your problem. And so these extensions kind of allow you to do that. And so in this case, what I'm, I guess, trying to illustrate is that, for example, let's say you were in development, you were prototyping, and you're using a local model for that. Now, in this case, I am using Ollama, which is this tool that can run on your desktop and has access to a variety of different small language models, like Microsoft's Phi. You have Llama set of models, all of those. Right?
Ollama is like the web server that enables you to access the model with an easy API.
Yep, exactly. And so exactly that. And so as with some of the services that you might have in Azure or the different model providers out there, this is running locally. But again, it's just an endpoint. You're just hitting an endpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're in development, we might use that local model. But if we're in production, we want to use sort of our hosted managed service somewhere in the cloud. Right?
Take advantage of the big compute power that's out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so let's not kind of focus on this yet, although I will talk about it in a little bit. But here's where that interface and the power of those interfaces comes in, right? If you want to build your iChat client, which is sort of one of the core abstractions that extensions.ai provides for interacting with these models, all it is it's a switch statement, and the creation is really the part that you focus on here. And so when I'm in my dev environment, I'm going to be using I'm going to be using Ollama, which in this case, we're using Ollama Shark, this really nice library that one of our community members actually built. So that's what we're using here for the dev scenario. And if we're going to prod, then we're using Azure AI Inference, right? And so yeah.
Let me just insert a little bit here. We have somebody in chat who's saying, hey, I'm not familiar with this. Can you help explain a little bit more? So I compare a little bit of the abstraction that we have with the AI extensions to the same type of abstraction we have with Entity Framework. You have the same interface that you're interacting with, but right there on lines 45 and 46, you're deciding which provider to inject there. It might be in Entity Framework, you're choosing between Postgres and SQL Server, and here you're choosing between Ollama and that OpenAI, Azure OpenAI provider and chat completions client.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yep. That's exactly right. I love that analogy, by the way. Yeah. And ultimately that's it. From where your code differs, right? Here's where you're specifying that logic as to which provider am I going to be using. But the beauty of that, again, is that downstream, there's very little that changes, right? So in addition to providing these abstractions like iChat client and embedding generator, let me kind of just go back to our little diagram here that I was showing before. The other part that we provide with extensions.ai is a set of middleware or cross-cutting concerns, right? And so this is not necessarily provider specific. These are things like logging, caching, telemetry, right? All sorts of stuff, including tool invocation, right? So one of the really nice things that you can do with these types of models or AI applications is you're able to act on or take action on some requests, right? Or make use of a variety of tools, right? And those tools can be things like code, right? A function. And so that's really powerful because it extends the capability of what these LLMs and language models can do. And so
we already know how to use logging and telemetry because we've got those same interfaces floating around in ASP.NET and the rest of our extensions. So it's great that we're making use of the rest of the ecosystem.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so to your point, if you already have the cache that you're using for the rest of your application, well, you can use that same cache here. Or if you're already using some sort of telemetry exporter, you can just use that, right? And the other really nice thing, which I'm not really going to show here for this portion here, but again, with the new set of tools and libraries that Aspire gives you, right? That takes it to that next level. That level of integration really takes it to the next level, right? With telemetry and all those things. And so that's kind of this middleware piece here, and that's what you're seeing in this section here. I'm saying, with this client, I also want to be able to use function invocation, right? That's again those tools that I was referring to earlier. Open telemetry, that's kind of that setup that I'm doing here. All right. In this case, I'm just using a local telemetry exporter, but again, you can use the one that you are already using for your applications, using a distributed cache, using logging. So again, this should all be very familiar and actually plays really nicely, with what you're using today in your .NET applications, right? So that's one of the things that we also want to make sure that we do with these abstractions is that they play nice with the rest of the ecosystem and the tools, the libraries that you're already using in your applications. So now that I have my client built, right, I have my chat client, this is that piece that I was referring to. This is that function that we're going to be using to extend the functionalities of our model, right? And so in this case, all it's doing is it's going out and getting back the string representation of some web page that we give it, right?
So you're literally extending that prompt and the model, the AI model, by giving it a C# function that it's going to learn how to execute.
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly. Man. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it, right? Like we can extend the core functionality just with the code that, again, with the code that we already have. So imagine that you already have a library that does this or some other functionality, right?
Yeah.
You can just plug this right in, and these AI applications can make use of your existing code, right? So super powerful. Let's see. So here's the function or tool that we're going to provide to our language model so that it can go and fetch content from the web. And then these are just pretty standard. It's just messages. In this case, system. This is kind of like the guiding sort of message that you can provide to these applications, telling it here's what you specialize in, right? So that's what our system role here is. And in this case, it's just an assistant that parses content of HTML pages for users. This can be whatever you want. It's kind of like that persona, if you will, right? And then last but not least, this is the request. So imagine if you were in some chat application or as part of some other type of application where you interact and sort of do these processes of parsing HTML content, right? That's kind of what this request is doing. So the user, that's you, making the request to the language model to go and do something. And in this case, it's just go to Olama and parse that website. Last but not least, we have a set of chat options. This is where we sort of have that configurability. If folks have been using, for example, these language models for a while, they may be familiar with terms like temperature or top K. These are a variety of different parameters and options that you can set for these providers. That's kind of where you can configure that inside of your chat options. And here's where we're saying, hey, tools, we're going to give you a collection of tools, can be one or more. And we're just making this function available to our application so that our language model can go and make use of that. Okay. At that point, we just send a request. It comes back with the links and happy days. The other thing that I'm going to kind of show here, where that's actually really interesting and worth noting, is usually with these language models, it's text in, text out. And sometimes you kind of want a little bit of structure, right? Because chances are that you're going to be doing some downstream processing with these types of applications. And so one of the really nice things that you can make use of is this concept known as structured output. And this is something that's turned on by default with extensions.ai, but of course you can configure that to your heart's content. Go for it.
That is so powerful to get structured output from that. Like, my gosh, I think back to the days of parsing through messages and doing data migration between text files and databases, and it is a pain in the neck. Gosh, Luis, let me tell you, just parsing and writing a chatbot to analyze what these jokers are writing in chat right now. Some of the things that you folks write and having to parse through and recognize the various parts, it's difficult. But this is going to chunk it up and place it into the object appropriately for us. Oh my gosh, that's so handy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And in this case, right, what we're doing here is we're just saying we have HTML page content, which will have a list of strings, which are going to be our paragraphs or the text content and the links. And the thing that you're going to notice here is I didn't necessarily tell it what I wanted to part. I didn't tell it extract the links. I didn't tell it extract the paragraphs. I just said, here is an object, a record in this case, with these properties. And so the language model, by saying, by calling complete async and telling it, hey, the type that I want you to return this to me is as an HTML page content. The language model, under the hood, it's using things like JSON schema and other sort of mechanisms, right? It's going to go ahead and parse that and try to map it to this data type, right? And so that's super powerful. And then once I get back the response, at that point I can just say, hey, just display the links, and here I'm accessing the link property of this object that gets returned. I'm going to kind of just run it just to show you that it works, but where is it?
Yeah. And then we have a few questions there in chat I want to make sure we get to.
Yeah, of course. I know we're running a little bit long time. So that's going ahead and doing the thing. While that's running, let me kind of show you something else here. One of the other powerful things that, so again, I mentioned text in, text out. Okay, so this came back. And you see here are the links, right? And as well as all the links that are there. And again, right, I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was tell it, go and parse the contents of this and map it to this HTML page content. So, it's that easy and that flexible. And again, like this is a super simple scenario, but again, you can imagine the type of things that you can sort of do with these abstractions, right? And when you pair it with language models, it's really powerful. The things that you can build are really powerful. Let me kind of show something related, which I think may have been the basis for what what you showed. You've been showing on stream, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's a similar concept with AI bookmarks. And so in this case, what I did, the code is very similar, but I like to read books. There's something about the physical books that I love it. And so I like to mark up my books, but one of the things that I like to do is I like to digitize my, what I mark, my notes and things like that. Doing that manually, it's a pain. And so what I did in this case is I went ahead and just wrote an application using extensions.ai. The code's going to look very similar, but you're going to notice that other types of content that you can pass or you can, sort of provide to these language models, it's images, there's audio, right? There's other types of content other than text that you can provide to these models, and the abstractions here do a really nice job of handling that. And using that same structured output, some of the things that I can do is just extract the text, kind of like OCR type of processes, right, with these applications. And again, right, the code is super simple, super easy to kind of get started with. And best of all, I didn't have to write any code, because if you tried to go and build this just with code, it would be a pretty lengthy application.
Just the parsing of the image and reading the bits and pixels. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, absolutely. So I realized we have like 4 minutes left. So if we wanted to kind of get into some questions here,
sure.
And yeah, we can share maybe after some links here.
And yeah, I was going to say there's some folks interested in getting some links to learn more.
Yeah.
Let me go to this question first, and I'll work back a little bit. How extensible would this be for writing our own integrations that might not be supported by default?
Very. So again, look, from our perspective, all we're doing is providing the abstractions, right? What you build on top of that, concrete implementations, libraries, that's what we want you to do, PBS dev. We want, it's a call to the community. We want to provide you with the building blocks, and of course we want feedback. One of the things that we're doing, over the next few months is evolving these abstractions. And so we love to hear from you what you like to see in the abstractions and what's working, what's not working. But ultimately, we want to leave it up to the community to really innovate in this space and build integrations using this core set of building blocks.
And there was a question you showed integrating with Ollama, integrating with Azure OpenAI, and does this integrate with Hugging Face also?
Yes, to a certain extent. And so I'll tell you, it's not GitHub, it's NuGet.org. So if you go and take a look at Microsoft.extensions.AI abstractions, right, that's the package with the core set of abstractions. You're going to notice here, use by. These are just a small list of folks who are implementing and have adopted these sets of abstractions, right? And so you're going to see that Hugging Face, this is community SDK out there for Hugging Face, and that's using these abstractions.
And Hugging Face, like you said, it's a community collection of models that you can download and use.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, there was going further back. There was a question about the Onyx runtime, and what's the future of the Onyx runtime Gen AI library?
Yeah, so that's a library that we're working very closely with that team and ensuring that, one of the really nice things about the Onyx Runtime Gen AI, other than making it super simple for you to run these, some of these models locally, is the hardware acceleration that it gives you, right? So that's one of the beautiful things where, one of the things that folks kind of forget, you kind of forget when you're running these things in the cloud is like, well, you need hardware to run these things. And you need specialized hardware like GPUs to run this efficiently, right?
Yeah.
And so that's one of the really nice things that the Onyx Runtime Gen AI library gives you. And actually, I'll kind of just, let me see if I can pull this up. One of the things that you can actually check out, and I'll share a link to this, is this AI Dev Gallery. We've been collaborating with some folks on this. If you go to samples here, this is just a sample application. You can get it on GitHub. It's a Windows app. But one of the really nice things that you'll see here is there's a variety of different samples on scenarios that you could use AI for. And you'll notice here that in this case, it's using some of the Onyx Runtime Gen AI components and these local models, right, that you can sort of run locally on your device, and whether that's on GPU, CPU, whatever it may be. The other really cool thing that I love about this is that you also get the code, right? And so you can go here. You see this, in this case, we're using an embedding generator. It's using some local Onyx models to do the embedding generation and perform semantic search. And if you wanted to sort of keep going and sort of play around with this code, you can actually just export it, and this will create a C# project for you where you can keep playing and iterating on this code. And so if you want to take a look at a lot of the samples that are using some of the foundational components like extensions.ai and a few others that I didn't sort of talk to you here on stream, like our tensors, our tokenizers, other building blocks in the AI ecosystem, this AI Dev Gallery is actually a really nice place where you can see how all those pieces kind of come together.
Nice. PBS Dev chimes in and says, this makes it infinitely more usable for them. I like hearing that. That feels really good.
Yep.
And then there was one more question there about using SQL Server data. We can sneak this comment in real quick here. If we're using SQL Server on-premise or with Azure, can AI analyze that data depending on the prompts given by users?
Yeah, and I think that there's different scenarios for this, right? Like there's obviously one really popular scenario is sort of the text to SQL, right? So where folks will write up natural, show me the quarterly sales for regions blah, right? And what they will do is they'll take that natural language, create a SQL query, and then run that against your database, right? So that's a really popular scenario. The other thing is, I believe, at least with Azure SQL, for example, they're providing some functionality and vector support, so you can sort of have and build semantic search-like applications on top of your existing data and databases. So that's actually a really nice sort of functionality that the Azure SQL folks have built into their offerings.
Cool. And you had a couple links there, so we can wrap up and
yep, I do. The best place is of course, go ahead and check out the .NET AI documentation hub. That's the best place for you to go and check things out. And this links to the samples and a lot of the content and things that we're going ahead and building in the ecosystem. So yeah, we'd love to hear your folks' feedback, see what you build. Feel free to reach out. I'm always happy to chat.
Very cool. And folks have been mentioning in chat that we set up the hat detector. So it uses, actually, Luis and I spent some time putting together a concept over Microsoft Ignite. We were actually standing at the booth on the floor, and we're talking about, wait a sec, you could do this, we could do that. I've got a sample that does something like this. Really? And it really came together, and I was sharing with him some of our progress over the year-end holiday there, working through it. It's been very cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
It's been great. I will talk to you soon. We've got a couple more things we're going to be working on in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Thanks. Bye.
We'll see you. And man, if you haven't done AI, I know you're hearing a lot about AI from Microsoft and Meta and Google and so many of these other companies. It's a game changer for some of the things that you're building. You saw PBS Dev say, you know what, it's going to infinitely simplify. It's going to improve and make things much more usable for me. the chat is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many more places where you can use this, and I don't want to do a hard sell for you on this stuff. It's stuff that I just want to sprinkle around and let you see how this stuff works together and let you choose how to add things in. Things like Copilot are tools, features that are going to help you get started. But we've been talking a bit over the past few weeks, and we've been using .NET Aspire on stream. We've got a friend joining us right now. Let me reach out. Let me bring her on here. We've got the head program manager for .NET Aspire. It's Maddy. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I love talking about .NET Conf and all the great things that happen as part of it, and you had a huge part of that with .NET Aspire. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to go back and reflect on some of the things we learned and what we're doing now. And Maddy, I've got to confess, I've been wanting to try out Azure Functions with .NET Aspire and put it into Aspirify Net, and I need some help. I need to get the train running here and make that work. Can we talk a
Sweet.
little more about what's new?
Yeah, that sounds great. Honestly, I was thinking before this, like .NET Conf, that feels like 3 years ago. Like we've done so much. Also, I took like a ton of time off for the holidays. So, but I'm like, we've done a lot since then. Oh no.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. Let me recap quickly. First of all, Aspire. What is it? For those of you who are not aware, I mean, Jeff is kind of the expert explainer. Go ahead.
Did you want to put slides up the way that
Oh yeah, let me put up slides.
I was going to say, you're not sharing your screen.
I was just gonna ramble, but slides.
No
is
problem.
probably better. Let me
I
pull up.
am all about the rambling. Trust
That's
me.
me. Okay. And I switched to a curved monitor, everybody. This is, if
Ooh,
you've seen me on
what do you
live stream
think?
before. It's great except for sharing my screen. So I got a portable monitor. Like
Okay.
Damien Edwards suggested it and put it
Yeah.
below. But
So
then I have to remember to like share that screen and
so you have the ultra wide now?
yeah, it's like it's
Okay.
huge. It's like a 42-inch or something.
I use a tool called Region to Share that lets me draw a box on screen, and it will share whatever's inside that box.
I should use that. Someone told me Power Tools would do it. Power Toys. So I've been, I don't know. All right. I'm just going to show you the slides from .NET Conf because why
That's
not?
cool. We can talk through it. Yeah.
Yeah. First and foremost, what is Aspire? Click, click, click. Yep. Marketing slide.
And chat's chiming in that they think portable monitors rock. They have one person here has 2 of them. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think Damien might have like 1 and then 1. Which and this one's like Spotify. So maybe that's my next step is another portable monitor. Oh god. It's okay. My husband is about to go up to 4 monitors. So we're out of control here.
I've gone straight to VR and I can have as many monitors as I like.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, cool. So what is Aspire? Well, if you heard about it 2 .NET Confs ago, we were talking about cloud native a lot and this whole thing and infrastructure and whatever. What we've kind of summarized it to over the past year is it's tools. It's tools and templates and packages to build, test, and deploy your apps, right? And we're really focused on local and the developer experience because that's what we all are on .NET. We're all developers, right? We're not DevOps people, and we know how much of a pain it is to write these crazy distributed applications. And we know how many people inside of Microsoft are struggling with it. And so we looked at kind of the unique set of tools and perspective that like .NET has of an app, whether it's .NET or not. And we started picking out what the best things that we should turn on for you are, how to get you started in a way that takes off some of that burden, right? How you can actually see what's going on in your app between all the pieces locally instead of just one by one. And that was the crux of Aspire at first. Jeff,
Now,
the question. Yeah.
I think of Aspire as managing not just an app, but an application system.
Yeah.
Right, where I've got a container app running. I might have an Azure function running. I've got a database somewhere out there, and it's this system of all of these things. It's more than just one project.
Yeah. Yeah. These numbers are so out of date. I shouldn't even show these actually because these have gone way up, but that's okay. Lots of people
Good problem.
contributing
Good
though.
problem.
Yeah, good problem to have. We're super active on GitHub, open source everything. We also have a community toolkit already. So if you have stuff you want to contribute to Aspire as you think about this, it's a good place to go to. What?
We experimented with using, and you saw me talking about this. We experimented with using ClamAV here on stream
Yeah,
a couple
I
months
remember that.
ago. I
That's
have
fun.
that pull request just about together for a community toolkit.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Very good. Every time I look at the community toolkit, there's new stuff in it. And so
Mhm.
I've stopped trying to tell people what's in it because I just do not know anymore. There's too much.
There's great stuff there. Yes.
Yeah. So this is what we were kind of looking at right as the Aspire journey started, right? Like these are the things that we give you in .NET. If you're me, especially, and I come from the mobile world, a lot of you probably know me from Maui Land, my firstborn child. I looking at some of these things, I'm like, like auto rotation certificate support in Kestrel. I was like, cool. I'll deal with that when I get to it. And I just never dealt with it and probably had issues, right? Even things like Poly, like they're relatively easy to set up, but if you don't know it exists, like I didn't know what to Google when I was starting to do web dev. So I just kind of followed the basic whatevers, right?
Why am I going to build resiliency with Poly when it's all running locally? I don't need that yet.
That too. Yeah. Yeah. So and then this is a great slide. If you look at what the cloud native landscape is, and all cloud native really means is like apps that run on the cloud. Don't overthink it. If you ask the Cloud Native Foundation, they say it's apps that use Kubernetes to scale well on the cloud. But I just say if it runs on the cloud, it's cloud native. That's
let me bring in this comment here from PBS Dev. They've heard of Aspire, never looked into what it was. So those 4 tenets that you saw on the previous slide that Maddy showed, right? Those are great things that we all want in our applications. But like I was saying with Poly, like I don't need these when I just do a file new project. Like I'll add it eventually.
Yeah. But what Aspire does, this is the same slide with a different tagline, but what we do is we give you a lot of these things turned on for you by default. And we also set you up that you can model your app in C# in a really, really easy way. And what's cool is that you don't have to do the whole app. You could even just model your front end and back end and everything else. But what we give you is an app host file that lets you, it's just a new .NET project. And you can say, hey, I have this front end, this back end, I have this Redis cache, and I'm going to run it locally in this Docker container. And we actually spin everything up, wire it all together for you. So you don't have to deal with port configurations and discovery and all that. Pull down the right container images, tear them down after, and then we give you a dashboard. So locally, you can actually see what .NET is logging, what the traces are between things, all that different stuff. And so when it comes to deployment, so you don't have to deploy with Aspire. I think this is the problem we're really digging into in 2025. Like 2025 is the year of the deployment for us. And so right now you can use AZD, which is the Azure Developer CLI, to take your Aspire app and literally just do like AZD up, and it will know how Aspire works and it will translate it to Azure Container Apps for you. If you have your own thing, like I was just talking to one of our customers who's like, yeah, we do a bunch of stuff in Terraform, and then we did, and I'm like, cool, you can still do all that. Mm-hmm. It's just less magical, right? But don't feel like if you can't use deployment in Aspire right now, you can't use Aspire at all.
Let me go to this comment from Eddie Dre here. Eddie loves Aspire, uses Aspirate to push code to a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah. So Aspirate is a community. It's one guy. He's great. Built deployment command line tool for Aspire apps to go to like vanilla Kubernetes, and it is awesome. The only reason we haven't done Kubernetes yet is because, well, there's 2 reasons. One is because we don't know what we're doing, so we need to figure it out. 2 is because we wanted to finish the first deployment, which was AZD, and we're getting to a good point with that now, so we can start looking at everything else, right? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Hi, Sean. Oh my gosh. Okay. I have no idea what's working on my machine. So I'm going to show one more slide. I'm going to show a couple more slides, and then we're going to poke through the code and see what does and doesn't work.
Cool.
I'm on all. This is my home machine. This is all internal. So you never know. Let me actually pull up my VS Code and get the thing restoring while I'm talking.
While you're doing that, can I go to a question here from Hop in the Cloud?
Please do.
All right. So Hop in the Cloud asks, can I have one Aspire running over different solutions, or is Aspire only for running projects in the same solution?
Yes, you can. So what's hard about solutions is that VS like wants everything to be in one, right? So naturally Visual Studio is going to be like, well, everything should be in a solution file. But there's a like use external project command that you can use in Aspire. We're also trying to just like make that not happen because it's, you know, kind of a pain to have to do that. But we have people using Aspire in like massive mono repos where you only pull a bit of it, in a bunch of teeny microservice repos, and they're submoduling things if they want to do it that way. It really depends on how you're set up. I think the standard is people have a solution with a ton of projects, and different teams will run it with different solution filters, right? But it's pretty flexible. You can also just add things to Aspire that are endpoints. Like I can say, hey, there's my staging for this. Just hit that. And so you won't get all the data from that you'd get if you had it on your machine and you could set that up locally. But you still get it going the other way. So that's something.
Cool.
Not too bad.
All right.
Let me see if this fetched. You fetching? Cool. Okay, so some of the things we shipped in 9, which are very exciting. And so the way that Aspire works, FYI, is we ship our big numbers alongside .NET, right? Hi, Fuel. And we ship our dot numbers throughout the year at kind of whatever time makes sense. And so what we did is we shipped Aspire 9, at .NET Conf. And then we're currently working on 9.1, which will have new stuff. So you don't have to wait until 10. And that will come out hopefully February, end of February. I don't know.
And
March.
Is it true that we can continue to listen to Mr. Fowler's Twitter and Blue Sky accounts and he'll leak some of those features?
Oh yeah. It's actually kind of fun trying to get him to stop leaking things. That's one of my favorite parts of it. So yeah, there's a ton of stuff. But what was I just about to say? Oh, so in 9, we shipped a couple major things. One is how health checks work. So we kind of improved this.
Good.
.NET has like a health checking thing built in, right? Pretty good. And so you can just use that, the standard .NET endpoint stuff, or not endpoint, sorry, health checks. I'm looking at all this code that's broken right here. So that's cool. What's also cool is you can write your own custom health check. So you can just hit health. Keep in mind, health checks should not be used publicly. Like they shouldn't be used in your deployed thing because then someone can hit the health endpoint unauthorized. So like, don't do that. But locally, it's great because what we can do now is with Aspire, we can check that something's actually alive and healthy before we try to connect to it, which is a huge thing.
But how should we expose health checks so that things like Azure container apps can detect and know that containers are healthy and ready to go and available to be serving resources?
Well, locally or like in the cloud too?
Yeah, when we deploy to ACA.
Yeah. So ACA, I mean, you can do kind of things behind the network that's health checked, right? Like you can do something in the virtual network that it creates for you with ACA. But also this is more, I would say, of an issue when it turns high-rich when you're starting up. That's where we see this a lot, is like we have to wait until the thing spins up to actually ping it. And so ACA, I think you just kind of wait for everything to deploy before you start pinging things. I think that's the way to go right now. Yeah. That doesn't mean we're going to do it in the future. I don't know. Am I missing some crazy health check in the cloud thing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good.
But that's kind of one of those triggers for whether it's ACA, AKS, right? So that it knows that the container is ready to start serving and interacting
Yep.
with the rest of the application system.
Yep. So it is always a good thing to have, especially locally, but you know how it goes. Okay, the other thing, we added a bunch more of like container management stuff. So you can if you use the original Aspire, this is probably something that is only exciting to people who saw Aspire early on, which Jeff is one of those people.
Yes.
We
this is
tore everything
big.
down every time you stopped. So Aspire runs everything when you F5 or Control F5 or debug or command line or whatever it is, .NET run. And so then when you stopped running, we tore everything down, which is the thing you would do. However, people started putting in real distributed apps, such as things with huge Postgres databases. And then we would tear down that local container every single time you stopped the app. And so, you know, you'd have to wait 30 seconds for it to spin up before the health check said, I'm good. And then you can actually start using the API, right? So we added this option to basically persist containers over a stop run and then wait for them, which leverages health checks, right? So it says wait for the database before I try to actually spin up my project here, my API or my web app or whatever it is. So
the wait for is such a great feature that until you start doing things like you've got to run migrations to update your database system, well, you need to wait for the database to be started in order to run the migrations. And then I should probably have my website wait for the migrations to finish before it starts up the website.
Yep. It is a pain. And migrations manually are a pain.
Yes.
So hopefully the next slide is the slide I want it to be. Let's see.
Please.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm going to scroll for it. Where's the slide I want? I'll show you a code sample of it. But
it's the one at the end there that says thank you.
Yeah, it's the one that says thank you. No, what I want to talk about is, it's this, custom commands.
Yes.
So what we did in the dashboard, let me full screen this again. And this is the Aspire dashboard for those of you who haven't seen it. This is where you can see in this is the eShop sample app, right? So everything in here that's part of eShop and all the different APIs and things. There's these buttons here to stop and restart these things, to look at the logs, and then these 3 dots. And what you can do in these 3 dots is extend them with custom commands to do whatever you want. And so what we've seen a lot of people do, and what Damien's favorite demo is, if I may, Damien in the ether, is to make it either a database clear or a database migration. And so what you can do now is, while the thing is running, say you junk it with a bunch of data and you're like, okay, hold on, pause, like a shopping app, right? You can just do a thing and then erase it all. This screen of the dashboard is a lot like the Docker dashboard. I think that's a good comp for it. Where is this? This should be running. It built. I'm going to show you the rest of it. That's where it kind of starts to spread off of Docker. Aspire's like a bit of Docker, a bit of Grafana, but local, some OTel stuff. There's a whole bunch going on. So I couldn't get eShop to work. So we're just using the Aspire app 1 here. Oh my goodness.
It's so conveniently named.
I know. What the heck?
So
I haven't turned on Docker. That's funny.
Oh, of course. So if you put migrations underneath a .NET Aspire action, how do you run those when you deploy?
If you put migrations, I mean, you would do it as part of your CI pipeline, right?
Okay.
So with Aspire, with AZD, you can go ahead and kind of do whatever you want. But it will automatically do a lot of that stuff for you. But you would use your CI pipeline the same way you would normally.
You're giving me so many ideas to save money on how I run Aspirify.net. It's not even funny.
Good.
The most expensive container that I have running out there is the stupid migrations container, and it's shut off 99.999% of the time.
Yep. Just stick it in CI. I don't know. That's what everyone does, right? I just created a new
Stick
Aspire
it in
project.
CI. That's a thing now. Okay.
Yeah. Very fancy, right? But this is what the sample app, you just saw me create the starter app, right? This is what it has. It's Redis for a cache. It's got an API project, and then it's got this web project that knows to wait for the cache in the API service. And I think Docker is started. Let's see.
See, if I cleaned up the Aspirify.net source code, that might be a more fun demo to start things here than this.
Yeah. eShop is just so large. It has so many things that it touches. It's very hard to keep it in sync. So, okay, here's the dashboard. So this is the dashboard is the representation, the resources page of the things I have in my project, right? This is the app host project for Aspire. Where this starts to get, oh, and then I can like open things, right? They're just links. It does all the port forwarding and blah, 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 right? So this is hitting an endpoint. Where Aspire starts to get fun is this is all running locally, right? So I have a Docker container. I'll pull that in quickly. That is this Redis cache that it just created this for me when I hit F5. As you saw, I didn't literally not even have Docker running. So there was no like way that I could have magically created this.
Sure.
What's cool though, is I can actually start to see what is going on with these things. So I just clicked around to the weather page in the API. And I can see the logs of the API service. I can see the logs of the front end, including that it, is trying to hit the weather forecast endpoint. That Polly retried it a few times, probably because my computer was taking a minute. I don't know. And that it's also connected to this Redis thing, and it can give me all the info here. And then I can see all these things structured. So it looks a lot more like a view that I can actually digest, right? So here, oh no, it didn't even retry. So this is much easier to read than the logs, obviously, because I can see that this isn't a retry. This was a execution attempt that it worked, no fail. I can go and hit this trace and actually see how long everything took and where all of that happened, which is very cool. And then with metrics, you can pick what and start seeing some of these other things. And the way that this works is it uses OpenTelemetry. So .NET has like amazing built-in OpenTelemetry support that nobody knows how to turn on, or maybe you know how to turn it on. I didn't know it existed until I started working on Aspire. And it does all of this for you. Like it's measuring things. It is linking things in traces. It is showing me like.
So do you want to try stopping the API service so that you can force the retry to happen?
Oh, you are, Jeff, it's almost like you do this for a living. Almost.
It's almost like I do. So, okay, first off, I love that you have start-stop buttons in the middle of the dashboard now.
Yep.
Like, fantastic.
Yep. So this is going to load until it fails, right? Because thing. But what you will see here is, first of all, that says finished because I stopped it. This thing starts showing me some errors. And it's actually telling me that there was a timeout, a resilience event, and I can go see the trace. And so it looks like I tried it for 5 seconds. I'm going to try it again. And I think Polly's set to either do 5 or 10 times. I can't remember. Okay, now it's mad because Polly's like, hey, we did this 10 times. Why is this not working?
Yeah.
Which is fair.
Right? That's kind of what you want.
Yeah. But if I start it back up.
And you can see it still spinning right there in the browser.
Yeah, so I didn't crash for my end user, right?
So
let me restart this whole thing.
Oh, no, just continue.
No, it's not because I broke it. I broke it. It's my fault.
Hit refresh now.
No, because this won't start back up. Oh, maybe it is going to start back up.
Now go ahead back to the
first time I clicked it was wrong.
Ta-da!
Oh,
now
resiliency.
Right? It's sitting in the Redis cache also.
Oh, that's also a really good
if
point.
you refresh it one more time because the refresh by default is what, 5 seconds?
Yep.
And then knock down the API.
And that's because it is in just cached here. Does hot reload from Eddie Dre? Does Aspire handle hot reload for apps when you make code changes? So if you are using VS or VS Code in a project that supports hot reload, it works as it works. You don't have to do anything fancy. So I should hypothetically, and this is the demo that always breaks, and then we have to fix it before it goes to you guys.
You've got this.
That's fine. Like I said at the beginning of this, it is I feel like .NET Conf in this demo that I did was like 3 years ago, because everything I've been showing right now is all internal bits that I like can't show right now. I've forgotten the original flow that I spent 6 months demoing. But what I can do in my, let's go to my, where do I want to do it? I'll do it in my components, my pages, in my weather page, just some Razor hot reload, H1, high stream. Do I have hot reload on save on? I do. So that refreshes, and I didn't even have to refresh the page.
Yeah.
So that's the Razor hot reload. C#, you have to reinstantiate whatever method you changed. So sometimes that's a page refresh, sometimes that's a navigate back into whatever it is. But yeah, I can literally, or me on my fancy wide monitor could go like this and be like, okay, I need to fix this Razor, which I don't know how Razor works. Let me close my Solution Explorer. Okay, cool, awesome. This component, this stuff, and then I hot reload on save.
Instant.
That's it.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments of Aspire demos so far was when we did this, and Fowler had no idea that this was going to work on stream, and he was like, "This works. This works," and I was like, "It works." Very exciting. So, anywho, I don't know, how much time do you want me to run over, Jeff?
we're just about at time, and Santiago, who's joining us next, is going to talk about .NET Aspire with AI features.
Oh, good.
So,
good.
Let me just go to one or two questions that we have in chat, and then we can give folks links where they can get more information about .NET Aspire. There might be a cool news website they can check out too.
Oh yeah, hold on, I'll pull it up.
I'll go to this question here from RuckDev. What new Aspire integrations are in the works? Love seeing how easy Aspire makes spinning up a web app, but the auth seems lacking.
So first party, as in things that we're going to stick in the Aspire repo, you can follow along with that, like in PRs and issues. We're not actually doing anything right now because we are sort of re-architecting how we do all the app host stuff.
Okay.
So
it is a little confusing, and it feels like you're constantly reinventing every time you build another feature to be hosted.
Right. So yeah, so we're doing a lot of just cleaning up the house, winter cleaning, if you will. I cleaned like my entire house out over Christmas break. So that's what we're doing with Aspire and architecture. And so that's a big part of 9.1. Where a lot of movement is happening in Aspire, though, for integrations, is the community toolkit for Aspire, which is under the community toolkit org. It's all .NET Foundation. Yeah, cleaning up the tech debt. New year, new tech debt, baby. And this is, like I said earlier, adding stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So you can see things that are, previewed. There's, I don't even know what ActiveMQ is. I imagine it's some kind of
it's another message queue
situation. But yep.
And you scrolled past. There's Olama integration in there.
There's
Golang. Yeah. And is there Rust in there? Can we go back to the Rust joke?
Oh yeah. So Rust, the language. Rust, the game. One of our engineers also built a local integration.
Yeah.
So that's fun. And then the next thing we're looking at in terms of integrations is, should there be more types of integrations in the future? Right now we have the ones that go in the app host, and we have ones that go in your actual project to wire things up. What if we had integrations for those custom commands, like the database clear command? What if that was just an integration you pulled in?
Yeah.
What if you had integrations to make deployment easier?
Yeah. Let me go to this question here, for this comment from Middle Creek Homestead, because I think this is something that we hear from a number of folks.
Yeah.
Our government apps are 10 years behind. We're still using classic ASP. I need an AI job search assistant. I don't think you're as far off from being able to use some of the AI tools, .NET Aspire, as you think.
Yeah. So Aspire will work with framework, classic ASP, web forms I've seen. Like, people, you can really make it do anything. Aspire is not a black box. Like, we don't do anything to your code that you cannot remove or take back. Where the features start to kind of where you notice the difference is that it doesn't have things like Poly built in. It doesn't have things like telemetry or that kind of logging and stuff, the modern ASP.NET stuff. So you won't get those. But if you have your own logging handler in your classic ASP app, you can just add logging via my thing. And it's all done in the Aspire like service defaults project is what we call it. That's where everything gets turned on. So if I look in here quickly.
And like you said, you can wire up any API endpoint. Just
Yeah.
an endpoint. Well, I've already got IIS running over here and it's running. So go make that thing available.
Yeah. Like here we're by default, the service default will configure OpenTelemetry for you by adding OpenTelemetry logging and adding OpenTelemetry in the services with metrics, with whatever. You can make that whatever you want. It's just code. Turn whatever. It's just a builder pattern. It's the same thing as you have on the web with web apps.
And I'm feeling what Middle Creek is talking about here, and I feel like there's a blog post there where we can show how to use some of these older things with .NET.
Yeah, but every time we try to do that, then people are like, but we shouldn't encourage that because then they're going to file bugs on that. We don't want to work on those bugs. We want to work on the bugs for the new stuff. So,
it's a supported framework.
It is. It is. We love framework.
Yeah. Well, I do need to wrap things up. We're just a little bit over. Yes, we need to talk about AI. And what was that news website again?
Oh, yeah, the news website. If you want to keep up with all the latest stuff in Aspire, there's this great aggregating website that some like live streamer thing or something made. His name's like C# Fritz. And it's actually built with Aspire. And then you can see all the things that are Aspire do it. Is like it's a fancy RSS feed with pictures and videos.
And it does have RSS feeds on it.
It does. I need to put it in my.
Oh yeah.
RSS feed.
I scroll down to the bottom.
Oh,
and there it is.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. So right, I was so flattered when the team picked up and started checking this out and wanted to do more with it. Oh my gosh, there's things here we want to test and try. So there was a whole bunch of new articles that came out over the last few days, a podcast or two. So we got all those things added in over the last few days. But I need to start using Azure Functions with this.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to go watch this video. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, there's a series of chapters that they've put together here that are really, really nice.
Who is localhost? I like that.
Right?
Wow.
So.
Okay. All right. Now I know what I'm going to do.
Thank you so much. And we're going to continue with the .NET Aspire story as we bring on Santiago here. Let me bring him on as we say goodbye to Maddy. There's Santiago. And this is a transition. That's how this works here. Thank you so much, Maddy. We'll see you later. And there she goes. Santiago, great to see you again. Hello. Oh, your microphone's muted.
Yep. Sorry, double mute.
There we go. Yeah.
So how are you, Jeff?
Oh, I'm doing so well. I love all the things that have happened as part of .NET Conf and how we've moved things forward and we're learning and building on top of them and reflecting back now that 2 months later, so many more things we can do and that we've learned building on top of .NET Conf. We saw a little bit from Maddy there about getting started with .NET Aspire and some of the new things. You're going to talk to us about a little bit of AI with it, right?
Yeah, actually about both things. I'm going to be talking about Aspire and also I'm going to include a lot of things about AI too.
Terrific.
Yeah.
You can share your screen and I'll get that on here for you.
Yeah. Can you see it?
There it is. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, what I'm going to be talking today, it will be about both things. I'm going to be covering Aspire and we are going to see how we can join that part of the technology from .NET into the AI, and also part of the Luis conversation he gave us about AI, how to use the Microsoft.extensions to include LLMs and some of the most smart things that we see throughout the days. So we already spoke about the AI extension. So as we saw already from Luis, it's a very simple NuGet package. It's pretty easy to integrate in your application. Whatever you are using Aspire or just a typical .NET application is going to be pretty flawlessly and pretty easy to integrate with. And since it has a huge support for a variety of models throughout the industry, so we have OpenAI, we have Azure OpenAI as well, we have GitHub models throughout the Azure infrastructure, and we saw one of the most coolest things that I think is coming from this package is that you can use local environment to execute everything without paying anything into the cloud. So you have things like Oyama, which you can run locally, installing directly the tooling, or you running a container, whatever flavor suits you the most is going to give you the same capabilities. And this kind of integrations into an application into the cloud makes everything pretty easy to scale with your application. So with the interfaces that we already saw from the .NET extensions, we have a part to generate text. Also, we have a huge integration for images. We have the capabilities to create semantic kernels too. And we have most of these basic things that we have from LLMs, like asking questions, creating a chat with the application, following the whole history of the conversation that you have, and it's pretty flawlessly to integrate that part too. And we have a couple of more advanced things that could come pretty handy when you are building a smart application as well. And it's using tokenization and also the integration with vector databases into your application. So let's see a very quick set of examples of what we can do with this library and also with .NET Expired and with a vast tools of AI. So one of the easiest things that you can integrate with it will be, as an example, vector search. So just like give it a easy summary and a quick description of what we have into the vector search, this is only a capability that AIs and some of the most recent LLMs give us in order to present text information as part of numbers. So take a look into the example into the right. So we have, this is a .NET Expired with AI. This is a simple text that we as a humans we can easily understand. But maybe this is not so meaningful for a computer or for a system that actually works better with numbers. So the vectorization that we can use from tools like OpenAI or Jam as an example can translate those texts into particular numbers. So if you take a look into the more pinkish column into the image, you see that this has been translated into 1, is have been translated into 2, and the other ones have been given a meaningful number. And try to translate this into bigger text. This can be easily done in bigger text. Each word is going to be given a unique key. And this comes pretty handy with the vector search. So one of the easiest example that we can grab from the AI library as well, it will be to implement a vector search. In here, it comes a lot of things into place. We will see in a moment another image how to integrate this pretty easily with Azure resources. But from the code perspective, getting the cloud services store to interact with your vector store database, this could be SQL Server, this could be Cosmos DB, which is one of the, let's say, out-of-the-pocket tools that works pretty flawlessly with the vector search. You can, in a couple of lines of code, interact with a database, get that information from it, and you can extend the LLMs to search for text. So let's say as an example, we use the vector search to vectorize a whole book that speaks about .NET. We send that information and we stored all those numbers that translate into a particular text into our Cosmos database. So once we store that information into the Cosmos database, we can use the vector search support with the OpenAI, GitHub models, or Ojama in order to translate another user input into numbers as well and try to look up into this huge, massive about of text into the more particular text that match that what the user is making an input. So if we move in a more deep dive into the vector search, we have the retrieval augmented generated, and this is a more advanced scenario. So one of the things that we can easily include in here with .NET Aspire is that we already saw that using the whole ecosystem, we can not only build APIs and build our projects from scratch, but we can also deploy our applications into the Azure cloud. So we can create the container registry pretty easily. We can deploy our applications to the ACA, and we can also create new resources like, for example, Cosmos DB. Here into place, we have the Microsoft extension. We can interact with the Azure OpenAI, and it can do exactly what I just explained a moment ago. Our application will be able to use text like Azure OpenAI to extract the vector cells from different texts and store that information into Cosmos DB. So when the user needs to look up for one particular piece of the text or makes a human readable or natural language request to the database, it comes pretty flawlessly with integration of OpenAI and Cosmos DB. Another set of tools that come pretty handy with this kind of example is the image generation. So I can make an easy request creating the clients from the extensions and asking to generate an image async. So whatever model that I choose to use in here makes things pretty easy because we have models from GitHub that can generate images from Azure OpenAI too, directly from OpenAI too. So as long as we provide the prompt that we need to execute, it's going to give us whatever we need to in terms of an image.
I love how you're putting the pieces together here and you're slowly building up. And gosh, I see where you're going here. An image of me dancing on my Twitch stream. You're gonna have me cringe here, Santiago.
Does it look like you?
That's not what my home looks like, okay?
Okay. So yeah, you can provide whatever prompt that you want to include in here, and everything that you need actually to have is a proper model to create whatever you need. So I want to give you like a quick sneak peek of the kind of things that you can use in your tech stack in order to interact with the different clients that you can use throughout the AI extensions methods. So what you are seeing right now is actually the GitHub model store. One of the greatest things, guys, in here that you can create your account using your GitHub account and just generate a token directly from the CLI from the developer. And from there, you just can write your code, choose whatever model you would like to choose that, and you can use it for free. You don't have to pay anything. No credit card, nothing attached to it. So.
Hang on. Let's make sure we got to give that a little bit more weight there. You just said the magic words that folks in stream want to hear. You can use the AI models for free, right?
Yes.
So, right, there were a couple of folks that were like, "Oh no, you're going to talk about AI again," and I feel like there's always this pressure that folks are trying to sell, and you need to go and spend money on AI. But man, now that Copilot is free, this is free. Anybody can do this. Oh, it's so good.
Yep. So that's coming to very handy, Jeff. So yeah, like I was saying, any of these models that you are seeing on the screen right now, they are fully free. Just choose whatever you like. Of course, there are models that works with one thing and another ones that work better with another thing. So if you would like to have a model to maybe help you out throughout your coding day to day, just find the maybe CodeJama. It could be a preferred example to work with programming task, or you can use embedding models with programming too. From here, you can choose another ones for chat, another ones for image generation, or actually for racks to make everything more complex in this case. There is another thing that also comes pretty free. It will be the Ojama models. So from here into the local environment, you will have two options. You can install the Ojama tooling in your local environment. This is going to execute a self client in here, and you will be able to pull whatever model you would like also from the store in here. Also, it is free. You don't have to pay anything, no, you have to provide credit cards or anything like that. Just choose whatever model you would like to use in here. So as you can see, you have chat models, you have vision models, which of course works with images and videos are pretty good. We also have CodeJama, which as I said works great with supporting and generating code for developers. And well, we have a bus of models in here, but we can speak throughout the whole day explaining each one of them. So this is actually a pretty easy executable. You download everything in your computer, and after you have everything set up, you will find the Ojama icon into your bin in here. Nothing too overcomplicated. The other option, it will be to run a container exactly with Ojama, and you can pull whatever model you would like to use. So let's take a sneak peek into the Aspire code, because this is something that I would like us to pay a big attention with. So I have my host application in here, and I tried to give a nice example of how to use Ojama locally, whatever using a container or a local environment. And what I did is if I choose to use a container, I created an extension method just to include the container locally, just created a custom resource for the .NET Aspire side. And this resource pulls the Ojama image into my local environment into Docker or Portman, whatever you would like to use. And from here, it's going to create everything for me. One of the huge advantages of running a Ojama throughout a container or locally is that you will be able to use your resources without paying anything else. So you will be able to use CPU. If you have the right amount of hardware in your local environment, you will be able to use GPUs as well. NVIDIA powered GPUs come pretty handy here to speed up the process as well. If you want to go locally, you just have to provide a connection string, which is going to be, in this case, localhost and targeting the port 1143.4. This is the usual port where Ojama executes, whatever into the container or into the local application. Now I want us to take a look and how also we can easily integrate different types of models into the Aspire ecosystem. So I'm going to include the GitHub environment too. So this is going to represent the same models that we took a sneak peek into the marketplace. We are going to be using one of these models. Also, we are going to be using Ojama locally. And at the same time, we are going to be interacting directly with the OpenAI service. So for that, we just need to provide a couple of things. We need to provide the URI for the GitHub models, the models that we would like to use. For today's demo, I'm going to be using the GPT-4o for both the GitHub model and OpenAI. And for Ojama, I'm going to be running locally Llama 3, just to keep it very nice and flawlessly. So one of the things that I would like you to highlight in here is that I have 3 different configurations for my app host to use whatever of these 3 models. I can choose easily in my application what I would like to use. The reason for that is that in the app host, I am injecting the connection strings and makes everything pretty flawlessly. But if I go to the API that I wrote, you will notice something in particular. All the clients that I'm trying to write all belong to the iChat client interface. So you can switch between these interfaces pretty easily. So if you are working locally, you can use the Ojama and you don't have to pay anything. But maybe when you deploy your application or you want to go more real into the Azure portal, you can use the GitHub models or maybe OpenAI client to keep things like in a more professional manner.
And this is a great callback to a little bit of what Luis was showing us earlier with the Microsoft extensions AI. Here's another place where you're seeing you've got that abstraction. And I love how you called this out, Santiago. It runs the same everywhere. You just need to pivot when you add it in so that it gives you the correct implementation when it wires up that iChat client interface. Oh, I love seeing that.
Yep. So as Jeff said, it's pretty easily because we can integrate everything into one single interface, but we can have whatever interface or implementations that we would like to have. This is one of the greatest things. It doesn't matter which client you would like to use. You use GitHub, it will be OpenAI, whatever you would like to choose. The interface is general, so you don't have to change anything in your code. Only what you need to provide it will be the right connection strings to whatever service you would like to consume. So as you see on screen, the GitHub model is going to require you the GitHub URI for the service. It's going to ask you for a token that you need to create in the portal, as I mentioned before. Or if you are using the OpenAI client, you need to generate a token directly in the OpenAI portal just to get that one. But the rest of the implementation is pretty flawlessly. So take a look into this very simple endpoint. So we have this chat endpoint, and it's going to take a request. This request is going to contain two things that are quite simple. The input from the user and a model client. The model client is going to represent one of these 3 instances. So when the request comes into this endpoint, I can choose whatever model I would like to use based on the user input. So I will be able to choose from those 3. In here is going to make a request. And as you can see, I don't have to pivot anything. Like this is OpenAI. This is like a GitHub model. This is like Ojama. He is not checking anything like that. He's just making a request to complete async whatever the user make a request to, and that will be everything. No more code changes. So let's see into the implementation in the application, how it looks like. This is a very simple chat application. And on top, we have a drop down, which is going to allow us to choose whatever model we would like to use. So let's start with Ojama. As it is right now, it's targeting this container locally using the .NET Aspire ecosystem. This container was boosted from me on the initial configuration, as you can see here as well. We have the API, Ojama web from, and the cache layering here from the containers. So I'm going to make a request. So I'm going to ask the Ojama model, who is it? So who are you? In this scenario, everything is happening locally. It's running into against my container. All the infrastructure is running locally. I'm not dependent on anything into the cloud. Of course, this is going to be the first execution locally. It might take a couple of seconds to execute because it's going to depend on the hardware you are using. But as you can see, I already got a response from the system. I am Llama. I'm an AI assistant, develop my meta. So pretty flawlessly. Now let's say I want to change to the GitHub models. So I'm going to ask it, who are you? Again, let's see what it says, what it has to say. So the response is going to change because in this case, it's making a request to AI assistant in the GitHub model, and the model that we are using is GPT in this case. So let's try to see with OpenAI. So what is your name? Okay, so who are you? You don't have a name, so just tell me who are you. Let's see what it has to say. So I'm a model created by OpenAI. So as you can see, using the same application, I can easily jump between different types of models without making any code changes. This is one of the huge advantages that we have in both sides, in the AI extension and also from the .NET Aspire, because we can inject as many string connections and set up containers as we see fit, making things pretty simple. So that's everything on my side, Jeff. There are any questions open in the chat?
There's of course a question. Hey, do you have this code available to share so folks can tinker around a little bit?
Yeah, there is a repository available. I will share the link in a moment throughout the chat, but yes, you can pull this code and play with it at any time.
Terrific. And when you were hooking up those various models, you were reaching out to you had the tools installed locally, or you were reaching out to GitHub. There's now to a little bit of what Maddy showed us earlier. There's now the community toolkit where we can run Ollama directly inside of .NET Aspire too.
Yes.
So that can help to simplify some of that starting and passing off of ports and those things in a very Aspire-like way. So I love seeing it. This is really great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
All right. I don't see any more questions over there from chat. So if you want to, yeah, there we go. Very cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, Santiago. It's great. And we'll see you later.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good one. Bye.
All righty. It's so good to see how these pieces fit together, right? AI is just, in my opinion, and how I've been working with it on stream, how you've seen the things come together here. AI is just another building block that we can work with. You don't need it in all of your applications, but I look at it almost like database. You're going to want to bring it in as you see more and more features that it solves problems for. Somebody was mentioning about doing text mapping. It can infer and do that type of work for you. There is no hard sell here on, hey, go spend money on XYZ. We showed you, Santiago showed you the links out to the GitHub models. They're free. Anybody can use them. GitHub Copilot is free. You can use the interactions with the GitHub models, and you don't have to spend money on it. Of course, if you do have a big enough application that goes beyond those free allocations that you as a developer are learning and working with, well, then you're going to need to pay for an online service or stand up your own service and run it somewhere locally. I think that's well within bounds of that type of interaction as folks consider and grow and want to do more with enhancing their applications using AI. Now, there's so much more to building applications than just .NET Aspire and building web applications. We saw way earlier today. We talked to Nick about the various things that the folks at the Uno platform are doing. Well, the other side of that is, of course, our friends from .NET MAUI, and we've got Rachel here to join us. And let me bring her on. And there she is. Hey, Rachel, from the .NET MAUI team. How's it going?
Hello, it's going well. Happy New Year. How are
Happy
you?
New Year. I am so excited for all the things that we've learned at .NET Conf about .NET 9, new features, new services, and .NET Aspire is one part of that, the AI features. But there was a handful of things that happened with .NET MAUI as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I'm really excited to share some of the highlights from .NET Conf on .NET MAUI. There's so much. Can't get to it all in just 30 minutes. So I'll have to pick and choose, but very excited.
So if you want to share your screen, I can put that up. I've been tinkering with .NET MAUI and trying to figure out how it fits into some of the applications that I build on stream, but I'm such a web first person. You know, I feel like there's more there that we can do to not build something web, but build something with .NET MAUI and take advantage of some of the web things that we've learned.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm going to just run through race through some slides real quick.
hmm
I want to focus on the demos and the neat parts today. But yeah, you mentioned web and .NET. The awesome thing about it is the choice that is always offered to developers. We have MAUI, we also have Blazor for the website, and then we also have Blazor Hybrid solutions where you can mix and match how much of Blazor and the web components you want and how much of the .NET MAUI components you want. So having this flexibility of having as much Blazor or as much MAUI you want and mix and match is always an awesome thing. And then as for MAUI in particular, we have, of course, the support for WinUI, Catalyst, iOS, and Android, all within a single project system and single code base. And in the past year, we've had tremendous growth, over 30% increase in our active users, tons of PRs and issues closed since .NET 8, and just so many customers, so many. And in the Google Play Store alone, we actually had over 2.6 times growth since the .NET 8 release. So it's just been a super exciting time.
Oh, it's phenomenal to hear that. It's
Yeah.
great to hear so many organizations, so many developers are finding the success with .NET MAUI.
Absolutely. We actually had some customer highlights here. There was a session in .NET Conf for Just Fidelity and featuring their experience with .NET MAUI as well. And you can see here their incredibly beautiful and complex Active Trader Pro app is built with .NET MAUI. So super cool seeing these types of applications and our awesome customers out there all leveraging .NET MAUI. Here are a couple more screen grabs we got from FinLocker, Cincinnati Children's, Civica, and GE. Just super beautiful, awesome business applications that we saw all around.
I love hearing that even a hospital is working with and seeing benefit from it. Where I mean, productivity is the name of the game. They don't want to be spending time building applications. They've got kids to help. So
Yeah.
phenomenal.
And that's also a Blazor Hybrid app, I believe. So super cool
Really?
stuff.
Okay.
Yep. And then also super exciting, it was seeing that Syncfusion has been helping to accelerate our community contributions. So,
Yeah.
and in November at .NET Conf, I can't believe it was November. It feels like yesterday.
Right.
But by then they had open source 14 free controls that are available for anyone to use in .NET MAUI. Since then, they've actually open sourced an additional set of 5 controls, and I believe they're working on releasing a third set of free controls, and it just keeps going. So super exciting seeing all of the amazing developments here and our community contributions really growing and coming together.
Yeah, absolutely. Big thanks to the folks there helping us out at Syncfusion.
Absolutely. So that brings us to our first demo. We actually, in via 1712 GA, released a new template with .NET 9 for .NET MAUI, and it is a full-fledged .NET MAUI sample application, and it involves it includes the new Syncfusion controls that I was just mentioning. So let's take a look at that. I have a video I recorded recently. So we'll start there.
I'm glad it's not just the counter demo that we've seen many times.
No. Yeah, it goes much more beyond that. So super excited to share this.
Terrific.
Alrighty. Can you see this all right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I can unhide this. This wasn't in the original deck, so let me see if I can play. Let me know if you have trouble hearing it also, because I might need to reshare with my audio. Let's take a look at how we can access. Okay, great. That's the new .NET MAUI project sample template. So I'm going to pop open Visual Studio 1712, click to create a new project, search for all the beautiful MAUI project templates, and then I'm going to select the classic .NET MAUI app template. Click Next, come up with the perfect project name, Best MAUI App of 2024. Click on Next. And now, for the first time, starting in 1712, you'll see this beautiful checkbox to include the sample content. Now, previously, we did not have a checkbox at all. And if we leave the checkbox unchecked, we'll have access to the same classic template with the .NET bot. Now, if we do check the checkbox for including the sample content, we'll have access to so much more. So let's take a look at what that looks like. Create. Now, if you're familiar with the classic .NET MAUI project template, you'll remember that we have the main page.xaml with the .NET bot. It looks something like this. But here we have access to so much more. You can already see here in the Solution Explorer with all of the folders and files we have, our MVVM project structure. And if we pop open here the MAUI program.cs file, you can see that we are using and configuring a lot more as well. We have our MAUI Community Toolkit in use, and of course, the Berenice Syncfusion toolkit for .NET MAUI, and all of the beautiful controls and features that come with that. So enough chit chat. Let's deploy the sample and take a look at what this beautiful sample looks like. So again, as a reminder, if you don't check off that include sample content checkbox, you still get access to the classic .NET MAUI sample template with the .NET bot now in the hovercraft. But if you do check it off, you'll get access to what's about to deploy at any moment, this beautiful new sample template, which I also had pre-running here on Android and now just launched on Windows. We have the beautiful controls from the Syncfusion toolkit, like the circular chart here. We have these chip controls. We have navigation enabled. We have also from the Syncfusion toolkit the edit text with the floating text labels. And so many featureful, beautiful things in this fully fledged sample app. So be sure to check it out.
All right. So that looks much more interesting, compelling as a startup application, right? Where I've clearly got a card user interface there. I've got graphs and charts and interactions that are much more compelling than, hey, click this button.
Yeah, absolutely. So for folks who are trying to get started with building a real world application that has navigation and all these beautiful controls, this is a great way of getting started and jumping right into it with all the features and beyond just that counter button, which you mentioned before.
Yeah. Now, it looked real easy to go and get that set up. And of course, there's other vendors in the ecosystem that build premium controls that you can get, you can add in. You don't have to use the Syncfusion ones. We're thanking them because they're contributing and helping out with the project. But of course, Progress and other folks out there have components that folks can use. This is great. I love getting a little bit more of a nudge towards building a beautiful application that folks are going to want to use. But as I'm developing here, PBS Dev has a comment about I want to use Hot Reload to interact and be able to tweak some of that user interface. They're having an experience where it doesn't feel like it's working very well. Is that something that the team's working on?
Yeah, that's a great question. Just reading the comment fully here so I can show you the full context. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Android manifest crashes that you're describing in particular. If you haven't reported the issue, definitely file it through the Visual Studio community, and we'll make sure that our team takes a look at that. As for hot reload, that's definitely something that our team is actively working on. There have been improvements to hot reload in .NET 9 as well, and in the latest versions of Visual Studio. And so definitely check it out if you haven't already. If you happen to be on VS Code, there might also be some capabilities of hot reload that are still experimental. So you might have to make sure you have those experimental previews checked on, or make sure you're on the latest versions to have it all working. But yeah, if you run into any issues, definitely file those bugs so our team can take a look. But for the most part, it's been improving with every iteration, and .NET 9 is definitely the place to be.
Now, you use the word iteration there, and I just want to pull on that a little bit because I want to make sure folks understand that .NET MAUI has these iterative releases that are coming out. You don't have to wait until the next .NET Conf to get updates and patches.
Yeah, absolutely. So for both .NET MAUI in the .NET SDK, but also in terms of the Visual Studio tooling and VS Code tooling, you're going to be getting updates every single month. You can check the service releases or the preview releases or all the releases you want. So yeah, that's a super cool thing about our ecosystem. Actually, there are some super cool features I wanted to share from what's only available in 17.13 preview so far. So here's a little bit more incentive to check out the latest and greatest. So all of this stuff that I just demoed with the template, that's available as of 17.12. So you can get stuff in 17.12 and anything after that. But there are also all the awesome stuff our team started to work on in 17.13 that is not yet available otherwise. It's still in preview mode. So let me show you what that looks like. So, I need to reconnect my demo.
Now, the current released version of Visual Studio is 17.12.
Yes.
17.13 is the preview track that folks can tinker with and try out and see some of these new features.
Yep. So you can see here I have Visual Studio 17.12 installed, and I also have the latest preview here, 17.13 preview 2.1 installed. So right now I have Visual Studio open inside a dev box, and this is again the preview version, so only in 17.13 preview. And I wanted to show off XAML Live Preview. So XAML Live Preview is something that we have in 17.12 and earlier. But what's neat about the version of Live Preview in 17.13 is that we can use it outside of the debugger. So you can see right now, I'm not running the application actively. I'm not live debugging it, but I still have access to the XAML Live Preview, and I can use it as I normally would. I can click on the different controls and it'll navigate to the place in code where I have that control. So here's a circular chart from Syncfusion, for example, and I can click around and jump around in my code, in my application, and I can make edits and see them in real time. So in addition to the awesomeness that Hot Reload provides, we can pair that with using other tools like Live Preview to really see these updates in real time. And again, outside of the debugger too, as of 17.13 preview. So super awesome stuff. So let's say I change the text color here for the project's label from white to, I don't know. What's your favorite color, Jeff?
Oh, I do like this royal blue.
Ooh, do we have royal blue? Okay. Boom. It's a royal blue now.
Yeah.
So there you go. Looks kind of purplish to me.
Go ahead, go to the purple. Real stable saying use purple.
Purple?
I like that we're bringing the visual back into Visual Studio.
Oh, this purple is like...
It's dark
it's
on that dark background.
Yeah. So cool. So you can see that we can see these updates reflected really quickly, not just with hot reload, but with awesome tools like live preview, and now outside of the debugger with 1713. You do need to enable the experimental flag in preview mode as well, but hopefully eventually we won't need that and it'll just work. So super
Yeah.
exciting stuff up and coming.
I was saying to our friends from Uno platform earlier that this type of designer interaction really enables the folks who aren't right the hardcore XAML programmer to get in and be productive, right? It really does empower everybody to be able to design and build an application and do that tweaking and moving things around and working with their layouts. Such a better way. It really is great to see these features getting enabled, being brought online, and yeah, we did a simple color change there, but being able to see exactly where those things are impacted as you go through and edit and generate code is tremendous. So there's a comment here from Danlup about do we need a minimum amount of RAM in order for this to run smoothly?
That's a great question. I'm not really sure if there's a minimum or maximum or anything like that. I'd hope that no matter how much RAM you have, that it works smoothly no matter what. And that's definitely the expectation. And if not, then definitely if you run into issues again, file the bugs and we'll take a look at it to make sure it does.
That feels like something as we get closer to the release for the feature here, maybe that's something that if there is a minimum that's above the minimum that you need to run Visual Studio, we can pin down and maybe include in a blog post.
Yeah, definitely.
If it's to your point, if it's not, you need more than the minimum to run Visual Studio.
Yeah, if there ends up being some type of extra overhead, that'll definitely be communicated out.
Yeah. There's a comment here from a question from PBS Dev about the new sample, the new startup application. Does it utilize MVVM at all? It was a bit of a struggle to see the new app shell handling everything and finding good samples of how to get that set up.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see here in the Solution Explorer, I called it best MAUI app ever, but it is just the blank MAUI new sample template app. So here you can see just from the solution directory structure alone, we have our models and pages, and I'd assume we also have view models thrown in here. So yeah, lots of great stuff here.
Very well organized and to a little bit of what PBS Dev is looking for, it does lead you to a good application architecture then.
Yep, absolutely.
When you follow the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, we can try to take a look at one of these. So let's see. Project list page model here, for example. Let me see if I can shrink this. I got so excited about the live preview and now it's taking up. I'm just going to exit out for now. All right. Yeah, we have a project list page model here helping to manage the project list page. So that's this page here. In the navigation, we had a list of projects. So you can see all the code behind here for that.
Those relay commands, those observable properties, right? Those are features from the MVVM toolkit.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a lot of different things going on in here. I mentioned if we take a look at the MAUI program.cs file again, we have, not only the awesome controls from the Syncfusion toolkit, but also the awesome features of the MAUI community toolkit and all the good things. So yeah, definitely great patterns to reference from the sample application and to model in your own.
Yeah. There's a question here from Sean on YouTube. Sean asks, are any of the XAML preview features going to be coming to VS Code? They happen to be a MacBook developer.
Yeah, great question. As of now, there aren't any plans to do so. in terms of the live preview. Definitely something we'll consider. So thanks for sharing. But as I mentioned before, the hot reload stuff is there. And Visual Studio is inherently different from VS Code. They're both awesome in their own right, but Visual Studio is a full-fledged IDE, whereas VS Code is more the lightweight editor. So there are going to be differences. So yeah.
And of course, I got to go to this from Fuel Snable. 64 gig is soon going to be the standard dev memory size, and that's 100,000 times more than that famous saying that 640 kilobytes should be plenty for everybody. Yeah. I worry when we start looking at you need to have 64 gig of memory to run your developer machine. Rachel, that makes me want to cringe. Like, what are we doing with 64 gig as a developer tool? Like,
yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, like, could we at least push AI stuff off to the GPU before we start looking at? I need 32 gig more on my machine. Like,
oh my gosh,
no, this is
yeah.
a problem.
I mean, that's why I love using my dev boxes, though. I just have an infinite number of dev boxes. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Not infinite. But it's been great, and they've been so efficient for me, a lot faster than a lot of just machines that I've used in the past straight up. So
Sure.
I'm also on my MacBook right now. That's my primary machine and development environment. And so I use VS Code on my Mac, and then I use Visual Studio and my dev box like this, and it works out great for me.
So to kind of just pull that string a little bit, I love that you're using a dev box. To kind of follow up on a little bit of what was said about the amount of memory that's used, can you tell us how much memory is allocated for this dev box?
That's a great question. I'm not sure.
Can we do a process? Not process. What's it called? The task manager
Yeah.
on the machine, and then take a look at that. What is it? Third panel or something?
Expose myself.
On the performance tab on the left there. Yeah, that one.
Oh my gosh, is this a new
No.
view? I don't remember.
It's got dark mode now.
It looks a lot nicer.
So this one has 64 gig. So we can see on that second tab on the left.
Yeah, I think maybe I haven't clicked on this much since Windows 11 because UI looks a lot nicer for me.
Yeah, they have done a nice job updating.
Yeah.
Some folks in chat are asking, what is a dev box? And yeah, it's a virtual machine that's dedicated and structured for development.
Yep.
So, and do you connect into that with the Windows application, or is there some other application you use to connect?
Yeah, I use a Windows application. So let's see here. You can see on my Mac, I have this Windows app. Oh, it's going straight there. And I have multiple different dev boxes here that I have available. So only 6 right now, not infinite.
That's still right. To a little bit of the point of the folks in chat, to their questions, when you're building with tools like .NET MAUI, you're going to want different configurations to be able to develop and test against. So to have different configurations available and readily available that you can bounce between and have your GitHub set up all ready to go there, gosh, that makes it really convenient and flexible for us as developers to kind of bounce around without having to buy extra hardware.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been such a great part of it for me, for sure.
You have 6 more dev boxes than Stillguard.
It's funny. Yeah, I don't really show people how many I have running. I expect others have more than me, so I don't know. Maybe Fritz has like 600. We don't know.
I have one or two that I've running. So here's the deal. All right. So let me share this with you. You're gonna laugh at this. So I went to Microsoft Ignite in November, right? And I was all excited. I brought 2 laptops with me because Rachel, I'm that kind of guy that is paranoid that something's going to happen and I'm going to need my backup machine. And it finally happened. So I stepped out of the airport in Chicago and the screen to my laptop, my primary laptop, my work laptop, cracked.
No.
Right? This is the
Oh.
machine I had all configured to give presentations with that I could use to connect in and check my work email and access Teams and all this. So to a little bit of what President Not Sure is saying there in chat, we have the enterprise version of DevBox available to us. So I frantically called the help desk. Oh my gosh, my machine broke. What do I do? Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, just open the Windows app and stand up another machine out there. I'm like, oh my gosh. And so here I am. I'm on a Linux machine,
Mm-hmm.
opening the Windows app
Mm-hmm.
and running a DevBox
Oh, wow.
in the cloud to do all of my interactions with Teams and all that stuff. So it's a fantastic feature set. It is a bit enterprisey, and I'd love to see it become something a little bit more accessible for folks that are learning and that are hobbyists or open source developers. But
Mhm.
thank you so much for sharing a little bit about DevBox because there's
Yeah.
definitely folks that haven't seen it there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a setup I really enjoy using. And yeah, oh my gosh, I can't believe your laptop just broke like that, but I'm glad that you had a solution that
Like,
was able to work itself out. Yeah.
right? It's like 9:30
Oh
at
my
night.
gosh,
I just
my
had
nightmare.
dinner. I'm back at the hotel room. All right, let me review. I've got a day or two before I have to give my presentation. I open up the laptop and there's a crack down the corner of the screen.
Yeah. I
Oh,
hope you've gotten a new machine since.
I'm
Are you still waiting?
in a holding pattern for
Okay.
a specific model that
Okay.
they would like
Nice.
me to get.
Nice.
So, can I put your screen back up there?
Yeah, I'd love to jump back into a couple more slides real quick. So,
Sure. And then there's a couple more comments I want to make sure we touch on from chat there.
yeah, of course. So I talked about the new sample template. I talked about full page hot reload. There's also been some GitHub Copilot improvements for .NET MAUI, so I'd be remiss to not mention that. But there's been improvements in GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio so that it better understands the .NET MAUI project context when you are using .NET MAUI. And then, of course, the awesome XAML Live preview capabilities for using it when it's detached from the debugger. So all this Visual Studio goodness that I mentioned. But you can also, as I mentioned, use .NET MAUI in VS Code. So, goodness, sorry. I'm going to switch in between all my windows here. The .NET MAUI extension for VS Code. So this actually GA'd only last year, which I can't believe because it's my primary place where I live now. But you know, someone mentioned before, like they're on their Mac. Like, what can you do with VS Code?
Mm.
You know, as I mentioned, you can use hot reload, but there's also XAML IntelliSense, tooltips, auto insert, color swatches, and so much more. So all of that XAML editing richness that you see in Visual Studio, you'll have access to the same in VS Code as well. And then there's also new support for Xcode sync through a new .NET tool that you can leverage and work with in VS Code. So if you are working on a project, .NET MAUI project that involves like iOS storyboard works, for example, where you need to update things manually in Xcode and you want to see those projects synced back in your .NET MAUI project and have that reflected in your VS Code working environment, that's also something that you are able to do now in VS Code. And all up, you know, I didn't get to talk about everything today, but there's just so many new things in .NET MAUI and .NET 9, so many exciting things. So if you aren't on .NET 9 already, I definitely encourage y'all to update your apps to .NET 9 and leverage all of the awesome latest and greatest things, including
Very
what I mentioned and,
Yeah.
so much more. Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, can we go back one slide?
This one?
Yeah. So the .NET MAUI extension for VS Code is great for folks that are building and you don't want all of Visual Studio. I know there's folks out there that talk about that .NET MAUI has a great experience in Rider.
Mhm.
And is that something that you've seen folks find good success with?
Yeah, there definitely are folks who are using Writer with .NET MAUI as well. I think they recently mentioned that it's free, right, for the community as well, the community version, and partnering closely with the .NET Foundation too. So whatever works best for your .NET MAUI projects, we definitely support. So yeah, as I mentioned again, VS Code is not Visual Studio.
Sure.
There are inherent differences. So if you find that using Writer alongside VS Code works well for you, like by all means.
Yeah. For the folks on Mac especially, when you do need that little bit more experience, to use the tools together is going to really go a long way for you. All right. I do have a couple questions here, a couple comments. This person, Dojo God, writes that DevBox is great for .NET MAUI and even using local LLMs like Olama or Phi. Yeah, absolutely great for those. And
So-
gosh, we saw your demos here, all built with
Mhm.
MAUI and running on DevBox.
Yeah, and I also have GitHub Copilot in my Visual Studio in my DevBox as well. I didn't demo it, but it's right here and I use it all the time. So you can see I clearly used it before. I was
And
testing something out.
President Not Sure, right, to that end says, well, how does a VM in the cloud work better than a physical mobile device when you're building with .NET MAUI?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, how does it work? I don't know all the details in terms of like the hardware, and like what versions. I know that the older machines I've had just didn't support like running my Visual Studio and Teams and everything at the same time in the past, and now it just works a lot better. Part of that might just be, being on a newer operating system and having everything streamlined better. So I don't have a million different apps installed within my dev box, whereas I might have, everything on one machine in my normal primary environment. So as we mentioned before, like the ability as a developer to streamline only the things that I need in my different dev boxes, that's definitely something that's been super helpful.
And to be able to grab more RAM when needed, right? We saw that your dev box had 64 gig. Well, your MacBook might only have 16, and to go and reach out and say, you know what, I'm going to be running a bunch of emulators out here. Give me the 64 gig on the
Mhm.
dev box, and I can do that scale out,
Yeah,
scale
exactly.
out, scale up
Yeah.
by just reaching out to our stuff on the cloud.
And accessing those resources from other places.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Rachel. Do you have a closing slide there with resources that folks might want to check out?
Great question. Let me see. So I have this slide. So if you haven't checked out all of the awesome .NET MAUI sessions at .NET Conf, we had several. I mentioned the Fidelity one. There was the .NET MAUI one, which isn't even on the screen. There's a Blazor Hybrid one, but there were a ton. So definitely be sure to check them all out if you haven't already.
They're all on the playlist over on the YouTube.net channel. Look for the .NET Conf 2024, and you can find all of these sessions over there. Thank you so much. It's
Of
been
course.
great catching up.
Yeah. Good seeing you, Jeff.
All righty. You have a good rest of your afternoon. I'm going to get ready for our next conversation.
You too.
All right.
Bye.
And there goes Rachel. I love seeing the updates for .NET MAUI. I want to go to one question that came in here that wasn't related to .NET MAUI. Ice Cream Stick Model with a question about why Visual Studio is named 2022 when it's now 2025. You're right. 2022 is the base version that was released back in 2022, and we've been just adding incremental updates to it. So in the past, we might have called these service packs, right? So gosh, we had Visual Studio 2005 Service Pack 2, Service Pack 3, and that was a fun way that we used to name things. But and that only went so far, and now it's right. It's the version number of 17 to 17.3. When they're ready for a new version of Visual Studio, they'll snap to a year, and we'll have a Visual Studio 2026, 2027, whenever it is that they do decide to release the next version. But I want to talk about the updates to my favorite programming language, and we brought on one of the folks that helps build this. I want to talk to my friend Dustin Campbell here. Dustin, let me get you added in to the screen there. Hey, there you are, buddy.
Hey, buddy. 2022. It's interesting though. Yes, it's 2022, and like version numbering schemes have gotten wildly different, across products out there since in the last 5 years or so. A lot of things go with like year.month anymore. And with those releases. So yes, we got a big 2022 as part of that product name. And it was important because this was the first 64-bit Visual Studio. But actually, the last release is like 17.12. And those are big, often very big releases. Those point releases are big. So there's been 12 releases officially of Visual Studio 2022, 12 major releases. And then if you go to the preview channel, we're on .13 right now.
Right. It really is a testament to the attention that the Visual Studio team pays to this. That it's like clockwork. Every 3 months, there's another point release that's being released, and they're working on the next one. And it's really good to see that. And they're pushing features into the main release. They're pulling things out and making them extensions so that they can version them faster. It's really great to see how the product grows.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun. Right now, actually, I am currently installing Visual Studio because I had not properly set up my laptop, sir. And so I just hadn't looked at the code. And so it's updating. It'll be there very shortly because that process is pretty good. The thing that's kind of awesome about this is that like I'm on an internal preview. There's a internal channel. So I'm actually on the next. Not that it matters because we're going to be looking at, if we bring it up at all, we'll be looking at C# 13, which was what we shipped in November as part of .NET 9, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what I'm here to talk to you about. You said your favorite programming language. I just assumed that was C#. I don't know.
Let me tell you, one of our friends on the stream, I'm going to make you jealous for a second.
Yeah.
They made me these.
What? Oh, those are so cool. I'm drinking from this.
They look at that cup of tea, but they made me whiskey tumblers with the C# logo on it. I'm like, are you kidding?
It's 10:30. I hear I'm drinking tea.
Sure. That isn't used. We'll save that for later. Our friend Richard will be along later. Maybe it'll be appropriate to.
Yeah, the right hour of the day. Yeah.
So while you're waiting for an install there, let me back up to the Visual Studio version number question. Our friend McNet's here in chat says, well, why not name it Visual Studio 17.18? We did do that for a while.
Yeah, that was talked about. And then we actually didn't do that. We just, we did. Sorry, we did do that. It was like, but we switched over to that naming convention. That was, the first one was Visual Studio .NET 2002. Yeah. That was the first time we switched over to the year. That's when it was in vogue. So we're like a little dated on that, but that was when we did it. But the one before that was Visual Studio 6. And so actually version 7 of Visual Studio was 2002. Then there was like 2003, 2005, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2013, 2015, 2000. What do we do?
17?
Yeah, 17. Yeah.
17, 19,
17, 19,
22.
22. Yeah. So it's been a long time. We skipped 13 as an internal version, actual major version of the product, which we did not do for C# very intentionally. So, it just felt like, that seems silly. Let's not do that. But yeah, and it's always been kind of a contention. The version numbering scheme has always been a little bit of a contention internally because sometimes it actually matches up with the year, and then it's like, but now it's wrong again, and then it's like wrong shortly after that. It's just, I don't know. I think I kind of want to go back to code names and just be like, no, this is Visual Studio Fritz. We'll call it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Our friend Mary Jo Foley is going to love hearing that. Oh, there's a Project Fritz?
Fritz. Yeah, Project Fritz is all Jeff Fritz all day.
Oh gosh, no, don't do that. Oh, that's a problem.
Anyways, yeah. We can talk about C# if you like. Mads and I talked about this. My friend Mads Torgerson, we kind of go out and do the talks on and do the .NET Conf thing on C# 13 and what's in there.
Absolutely.
Kind of a smaller release, but I think there's some good things. Yeah. And we can talk about that if you like.
There's only a handful of items in here, and I don't feel like anything is big, like the collection, the native collection. Oh gosh, what's it described? Right, where I can just write
the square brackets.
Yeah, the square brackets.
Yeah, collection expressions was kind of like the surprise big hit of C# 12 in the sense that like it was coming along and we knew it was there. But until we were kind of preparing for build, I don't know that we quite understood just how important it was going to be. And it is that is now there. Sometimes there are features with each release that might change how C# code looks. What modern C# means, right? This happens with a lot of languages, but we try and avoid that. Like I would say, like one of the the biggest was, for example, and again, it's kind of like a surprise, but it wasn't until we shipped, was like C# 6, where we introduced expression-bodied members. And we said, okay, you don't have to have curly braces. You can use the arrow syntax. That changed how code looked.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Like all over the place. And so sometimes there are these things that do that. Collection expressions are kind of one of those. I liken it to kind of like, even though we don't actually have support for with a collection expression with var and then your variable name equals some square brackets, because we didn't give it a what we call a natural type. The type this would be if you never stated it. It kind of feels like a var, in a sense, but it's not. It's just like we call it target typed. Whatever I'm passing this to, whatever I'm assigning it to, method I'm assigning it to, how it works with overload resolution, all that's designed to be, to kind of try and do the right thing as much as possible and give you good messages when it doesn't, but so you can write the same ubiquitous syntax everywhere. You don't have to be like, oh, this is an array, so I got new square brackets, curlies. Oh no, this is a list. This is a whatever, and all that kind of thing, right?
So fuel stable,
and it was a great feature. So there's not really, back to the point though, there's not really like giant features. I mean, there are some. I think there are some. They're kind of sneaky though.
Okay.
I've got a Visual Studio up here I could present. It's actually
terrific.
Gone west. Let me figure out how to do this on StreamYard. Share. This looks hard. I don't know.
Yep, there's a present button down in the middle there.
Entire screen, I'm thinking. There we go. Okay.
Fuel Snable in chat, to your point about the square brackets, the square bracket empty literal is so much better than typing array.empty. Yeah.
Array.empty, immutable array.empty. Like, that's the thing. Like, once we started getting into some of these types that we use a lot internally, like, and I'm currently working on Razor compiler and Razor tooling. I'm doing a lot of work in there. But also in Roslyn, we use like the immutable collections a lot, and those start getting really unwieldy, and just the little square bracket, that empty collection literal is pretty sweet. Yeah.
All right. Let me add to your screen. There we go.
Yeah. You see me here?
Mm-hmm. We got you.
Okay, I'll be careful because I actually, the reason I updated was because I like hovered over something and it exploded, and like crashed my computer. So there are potential points of failure. I was on the the backstage and it just broke on me. So, but some of the features we've got, I think, are things that they've either been like requests for a long time and are and kind of go hand in hand with other features, or they're like things for people that are building libraries or building APIs, internal APIs, and you just want to get highly specific and get it the language to do what you want, kind of like getting C# to do your bidding a little better, and just kind of open up some scenarios. It wasn't huge. It was these kind of things that like very often it's these features that kind of just they help say the .NET Libraries team or the runtime team kind of make some cooler APIs or some more efficient APIs. We've had releases like that in the past where we introduced things like say like in C# 7.1, 7.2, I can't remember which, we introduced like ref locals, which many people don't use, but the libraries team uses them to great advantage performance-wise, for example. So sometimes they might not help your general expressiveness with the language on a day-to-day basis, but they enable others to make sure your applications are running well and running fast. So
there is performance tweaking that they're able to do because of ref local, being able to change up structs and record structs really help them.
So I think one of the top features, and it's possibly one of the oldest requests we've had. It goes back to C# 2, and it's introduced in C# 13 is we call params collections. So we've always had params arrays, right? And you can see this, right? This guy right here, right? Where you put params and you can say, okay, I want to, and essentially this allows me to write code that just right up here where I'm calling this method dispose all, and it doesn't have to do anything here. You could, by the way, because it takes an array, you could use those nice new collection expressions. That works fine. But you used a params collection. And so that will produce an array under the hood, but you can use you can also just pass the arguments, right? That's what the params array means. It's been there since C# 1, and we haven't done anything really with it except, try to make sure that whenever we introduce something into overload resolution, we always have to think about it. And we did make, and I think we made them possible for maybe lambda expressions to be able to have params, but that's the feature, and it was always built around arrays. And then since we added like IEnumerable of T, we've like in C# like .NET 2.0, C# 2, we've had requests to say, well, can't I put like an IEnumerable in there? And so in C# 13, we made that possible. Okay, so I can do this today. Right. And what made this feature possible, this thing that like everybody's been asking for forever, it seems, is it makes sense, right? Why do I always have to allocate an array to pass that in here? Or if I've got a list, why do I have to array it to pass it? Well, you don't have to anymore. And so we took all of the knowledge that we got that we built into the compiler around collection expressions, where collection expressions have to figure out what's the type of the thing I'm being passed to? And if that happens to be an IEnumerable, like this case, right? So I could pass it to this. I can even take off the params, right? And collection expressions will still work. And under the hood, the compiler, either, is going to pick the right type, or it's going to, and I believe in this case, it'll construct a type that efficiently implements IEnumerable T. There are cases where we've chosen to a particular type to do that instead, but the idea being that like that's an implementation detail, but we may in fact generate a collection type to make that possible in cases where it might not be. So taking that same knowledge that we did for collection expressions, we're like, well, let's just do it for params. And that opens up a lot of scenarios, right? So that allows you to say, oh, this is a params IEnumerable, and maybe because I'm just for eaching over things in here, and that works great. I might also, but that also means I can change this now, just like I could with a collection expression. I could say, well, if I changed this to immutable array, it still works, and it's going to efficiently, using the same machinery as collection expressions, create something under the hood. And now this, when it calls into the for each, this is actually more efficient, right? Because immutable array, whereas IEnumerable of T, when you call get enumerable or get enumerator, it returns an IEnumerator of T, right? And that's essentially an allocation, right? If in the sense that like it's got to implement an interface, and we're going to for each over it. In this case, immutable array. Let me see if I can.
And that makes sense to pass in an immutable array, because you're not going to modify the array inside.
I'm not going to modify it at all, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And so, like, if I were to bring this up, like if I look for this good enumerator method on enumerable array, let's see here, get. Oh, maybe I'm not going to find it. But the get enumerator method on enumerable array, it doesn't actually, it implements IEnumerable, so you can pass it to an IEnumerable of T. Okay. But it also has a get enumerator method that's special, that returns a struct-based enumerator that doesn't allocate. I've got an immutable array. I don't need to be like calling into, allocating just every time I for each. So it's in fact cheaper to like for each over an immutable array, if you happen to have one. I can't add things to it without creating a new immutable array, but that this winds up being very much more efficient than if I just passed an IEnumerable. And so these things, these are things we think about, but and not everybody does or needs to, but they can be, having these facilities and making sure that the language is expressive enough that it just kind of works, and you're not stubbing your toe every time you want to do something. It's helpful.
It doesn't just work, but it provides that abstraction where for me as the developer, I don't have to think about tuning this, because your team that does think about tuning that for performance has already figured out, here's the best way to do it. I'm just going to swap in the appropriate implementation.
And your calling code gets to just be you expressing yourself and looking very similar. So when we introduced this feature, params collections in November, it came along in .NET 9 with us, or .NET 10, right? It was a 10, 9? I can't remember. It was 9, yeah? In November. Jeff, you remember, right?
No, November is .NET 9, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I just had a fear that I was wrong. We, right when we did this, there were also a series of check-ins into the libraries for .NET 9 that started taking APIs that were params and took arrays previously, like on console.writeLine, things like that, or even in like WinForms did it for various things around like control and various control collections and things like that, where there was a hidden allocation. That's kind of the old style was that it was like, if you just pass these objects in here, I'm getting a hidden allocation of an array, right?
Right,
but you could also
WriteLine or logger,
something else like a read-only span, which has no allocation. In fact, is back here is going to be generally, sometimes we might even allocate that on the stack, right? So you don't even have a heap allocation at all to represent that read-only span. And so APIs in the runtime were changed to now take params read-only span as well, or at least added overloads that took read-only span, so that when you recompiled your app, it just got a little faster.
Used a little bit less memory.
Yeah, exactly.
I think about all those places where I'm using iLogger and I'm doing, I'm wiring up a console logger and I'm passing through, hey, here's some text to format and to output a good error message. And there were hidden allocations hiding there.
Yeah, and those allocations aren't always a bad thing. They can be the bottleneck in performance, but sometimes it's more that because the runtime is very good and very efficient at allocating memory, but sometimes it's we allocated a lot of memory and that was really fast, and we did it over time, and now the GC has a lot to clean up, and sometimes that can be kind of the bottleneck later, the surprise bottleneck. And so by just, changing these over, or no, we didn't change them. I don't want to say it wasn't a breaking change. We added overloads that took read-only span. And then in addition, in C# 13, we added, we have a feature that we're calling first class spans. And it's just kind of this nebulous feature. And we're still working on it and still tweaking it. But it's this kind of nebulous feature. It's just like, no, just make spans work better in the language, make them first class, not like a bolt-on, but something that the compiler knows about and the compiler can treat specially. And so read-only span in general now is kind of a better overload. Like overload resolution will choose it if there is a read-only span overload. So that's that. And so they were able to just add these, and on a so they're compatible in the sense if you don't recompile your app and you just run it against the new .NET 9, it'll still work because the old overloads are there. But if you recompile it, it'll pick the new ones, and then it'll just be a little less allocating.
So I've got to ask then, if read-only span is becoming so much more flexible, if it's becoming a first class interaction in the framework and in the language, is there a point where it makes sense to I mean, we've always talked about strings are reference types. Is there a point where underneath the covers we replace the implementation of string with read-only span?
Well, I mean, read-only span isn't itself necessarily. It's more of a window into a piece of memory, right? So a string under the hood still needs to be an array of chars. Ultimately, that's what it needs to be. And read-only span or span of T, they just represent windows that you can either reach through or not. With a span you can reach through that and change it. With a read-only span you can't. So string, because it's an immutable reference type, and it will continue to be, that's kind of a thing where like the string needs to be that, but this gives you a facility to process that string without having to like do lots of string manipulation unnecessarily. A good example, I was just messing around with, doing a bunch of path manipulation, for example. Path.get file name. That allocates every time on .NET Framework, right? Because you're passing in a string and it's returning to you another string. But on .NET, there is an overload of that takes read-only span of char and returns a read-only span of char. And inside, it doesn't create a new string, it just gives you a new slice over the file name portion, right? And so it doesn't have to do those sorts of things. So instead of like changing kind of the underlying underpinnings of a string, will allow it to will allow you to be like more efficient with how you might process that string, how you might efficiently search that string. Read-only spans also give us ability to do some wild things with different at runtime, like the JIT can do wild things with different processor instructions and do use vectors and things like that on the processor to kind of have kind of these really wide operands on the processor instructions, so we can do more with fewer instructions, things like that. Pretty cool stuff. But you did mention like the underpinnings of string. There is a feature we added, I want to say in the last version, like C# 12, that was around UTF-8 strings, but those are not actually char, because the whole point of UTF-8 is that the characters are stored in bytes, right? And so if I did I believe this is the syntax, right? I got to use it as a read-only byte, and I could say, well, here's my my string, and it might be Fritz, and then I could put a U8 at the end of that. I think that's this. And so now this is a read-only span. It's not implement. This is a read-only span as a ref struct, so it's not allocated on the heap. This is just a short array of bytes that I believe is essentially stack allocated. And so we'll use that for very, very like specific scenarios. But that's something totally doable. But it doesn't quite mesh super well with that old kind of system.char 16-bit kind of character that we have. So because it's UTF-8.
Oh man, I can keep talking to you about this stuff for like another hour, but we don't have that much more time.
Oh my gosh, we've only talked about one thing. So
I know.
what would you like to talk about?
So this is really cool. Wasn't there another thing about read-only keywords that were added here? Am I thinking of the right version?
I'm not sure you are. Read-only keywords. We did actually probably the biggest thing though that is important for this release that we kind of it's more of a pilot of a feature, and it's something we've been talking about for a long time. And it's another kind of extension to auto properties, where in auto properties, auto properties are a thing. I'm going to declare something else because that's all crazy code that Mads and I use. So if I have a public class, we'll just call it, Project Fritz, and I want to have on here, a secret identity.
Sure.
For example, right, or something, and I wanted to find this as an auto property. And so to do that, I'm going to put my get set on there, right? Yep. Oh, sorry, it could possibly be, null. So we get our null reference warning. So, but if I want to do any validation when I'm setting this property,
yes,
then I've got a big cliff that I fall off of where I've got to expand this now into a field and all of that. And what I really want to do, all I really want to do is to set the field to say, maybe I just trim it or something like that. I'm just doing some validation. Okay. Oh yeah. Value might be null. Well, okay, fine. So, ignore me. Don't do what I do. This feature is brand new. But the idea is that we just wanted to introduce a keyword that you could use to refer to the backing field. This is still an auto property in the sense that it generates the backing field for you. And you can see it has a crazy unutterable name. But you can refer to it as field. And so long as you're referring to it as field, this still remains an auto property. But in this release, we've been careful to, because there are lots of fields out there named field. And so this is a release where we're introducing kind of a way that we can provide warnings and fixes that, that can say, hey, if you're going to use this, you're going to want to be you're going to want to be careful. Or if you already are using, if you have a field named field, giving you ways to kind of prepare your code for the introduction of this so it doesn't break in the future. So if you have a field named field, for example, we might say, well, you should probably call this @field. If you had an actual field, you can reference it @field. And so we'll have fixes and things like that to help kind of get your code bulletproofed for this feature, allowing us to use kind of what felt like the right natural keyword. So
is there an experimental flag we have to turn on in our project to get access to this?
It's kind of there, but in a sense, but it happens on upgrade to your to the new TFM. So if you're previously .NET 8 and you haven't moved forward, but you're using the .NET 9 SDK, you will get those warnings saying, oh, hey, you're using field here as a field name. That might break when you move your TFM to .NET 9.
Okay.
And so we'll provide you with those warnings and fixes kind of right out of the box before you've ever kind of moved things forward. That's kind of the idea. So,
but I really like that syntax. And when I think about using properties in Blazor, where properties are so important, this makes my code a lot clearer, a lot simpler to read instead of having to, like you said, go expand to a full property.
There's times when you need this, right? This is always going to match the type. Right, so it's always going to be a string, right? If you had something where it's where there's the field was sort of a different type, maybe and you did a cast in the get or something, you're going to have to do those. If the field type doesn't actually match the property type, then yeah, there might be some issues that you'll have to say, well, I guess I'm going to have to fall back to a field, but that's kind of okay. I don't mind. And, those become the cases where it's yeah, okay, that's what properties are for. But I want I want to kind of move as a language designer. I think I want us to move the cliff of when you have to go and declare that field a little further out.
Nice.
And this achieves that.
Yeah. Let me go to one or two questions that we have in chat, and then we can wrap things up here. This is
Absolutely.
this is great. I love talking about the language like this. I want to start with Herman has a question here. We get this all the time. Do we have any good books that we recommend about the latest version of C#?
I mean, good books. I'm not actually on the know on that right now on where the good books are. I kind of wonder that kind of the language book kind of has, it's not like
kind of
set by any stretch of the imagination, but there's fewer out there today than there used to be. It used to be that you get something that just went right along with it.
Yeah.
And I think, as we've gone to a faster release cadence, that's become challenging.
Become harder to do.
So sorry, Herman. There's nothing I would specifically recommend. There are places to kind of check things out. We have the What's New in C# on Microsoft Learning. Microsoft Learn is a good place to kind of get that sense. And a classic, C# book writer, Bill Wagner, is one of the people that works on that, and to make sure those are clear and as kind of like his effective C# books always were. So maybe we hired away one of those authors is the problem.
We did. And let me go to this last question from Fuel Snable. Are we looking to improve the dynamic feature in the future?
It's something we've looked at a couple of times. We've had some ideas around it. Dynamic is it's kind of one of these things that it was very successful in the sense that it got used in very significant places, especially with like as JSON.NET became a very large important library. A lot more people were using dynamic. And it works pretty well for what it does. I think our biggest, what we'd love to do with it if we had the time would be kind of to think about how can we do it more cheaply, right? Because it brings in a lot of machinery. It brings in the whole, dynamic language runtime and all of that business. And so there's a lot of cost to using it. That cost was often because, at those times we were talking about how could we make different languages, how could we make, Python and Ruby and C# and, all interact with each other. And so the DLR was the base of that.
Okay.
And that's not really a strong scenario anymore for us. And so we'd love to find a cheaper way to just do that. Well, I'm just looking at my JSON, can I dot in and maybe get some basic IntelliSense, and it's kind of dynamically done. There are some things we were looking at, and we talked about it build around what we called implicit extensions and roles. That's stuff that we're working on for the future. That isn't exactly dynamic, but it gives you some of that I just want to kind of work with my data a little better. But at the moment, I would say there's no crisp plans to improve dynamic as it is.
Okay. As somebody who's building and writing code, whenever I think about a need for dynamic, I fall back and say, how can I do this with a generic?
Sure.
I do this with a generic in place because that gives me a bit of that dynamic capability without going all the way into it.
There's also, if I work a lot with, old legacy COM interop code, right? And dynamic can be useful there in the same way that, Visual Basic late binding was useful, where I could just say everything's an object and it would just work. And it's kind of nice in that sense. But it's, it brings a lot of machinery along with it. And so it's, often I will try and get down to non-dynamic kinds of types like you're suggesting, just to get away from kind of the overhead, I guess.
Totally.
But no good. The answer is no good plans right now. Sorry.
Okay. Well, very cool. Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate you joining today and talking through even Visual Studio versions, showing us the new updates here to parameters. We barely touched the surface of this thing, but
we did.
The video from .NET Conf is still out there. Always one of the most popular videos when you and Mads get together and show the latest features of the language.
And that's a little bit more polished and also gets into some of the more esoteric kinds of library API level features that people might find useful. There's some good examples in that video. So I would definitely recommend it rather than my off the cuff with Jeff talk here.
Hey, but it's great to be able to answer questions from chat and dive into some of these things a little bit more.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. So
No problem.
thank you again. All righty. We'll catch you later, Dustin. Have a good
Okay.
one.
See you.
And it's great to talk to Dustin and the folks that are building these products, and the insight that folks like Dustin bring to dive in and really unpack some of the history of where these things came from and some of their considerations as they're looking at how the product comes together and grows. Oh, it's so inspiring to see, and it really helps us as developers understand how the products are growing. But I hinted at a little bit there that I've been doing more with Blazor, and some of these features are really going to help with Blazor. Being able to work with fields in Blazor, working with properties over there is a big help. So I want to bring on Ed Charbeneau next to talk to us a little bit more about some of the Blazor features that are out there. So here comes Ed. Let me get him added in. There we go. Hey there, Ed.
Hello, Mr. Fritz. How are you doing?
Oh, I love these wrap-up discussions that we do on live streams where we can really look back a month or two later and what did we learn? How can we use these things? Especially when I think about .NET Conf, and December feels like that gulf where somebody said it earlier. It's only been 2 months since .NET Conf, but it feels like it was last year. And oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm waiting for .NET 10 now.
Don't listen to that chat room. Can you believe this? Yeah.
And chat's been great today, by the way. Like I saw earlier, I was lurking. I saw a user by the name of President Not Sure, which is I think a throw to one of my all-time favorite movies. And I don't know if he's still in chat, but on my Fitbit, I have this barcode feature that lets you like scan in like your club cards and all of that for like the grocery store. And if I had to have, it's not picking it up. Is it? It's hard to see. It says not sure, and I have the not sure barcode as one of my barcodes on my wrist.
Oh, that's great.
Because I absolutely love that movie. But anyway, back on topic. Blazor and .NET 9 is phenomenal. We had a lot of churn in .NET 8, and it was good churn. It added a lot of features with client-side, server-side, and static pre-rendering. So there was some complexity that got added there, and I think .NET 9 kind of smoothed the edges. Right, we got some new features to help alleviate some of the growing pains that we saw in .NET 8.
Totally. And I think it's interesting. We heard from some folks in the community, gosh, you didn't do as much in .NET 9 with Blazor as you did in .NET 8, where .NET 8 was a complete overhaul. Like, we introduced all the rendering modes, and we really took Blazor from being 2 or 3 different project models, brought it together as one project model, and gave that flexibility. So I agree with you. I like seeing the polish that we got in .NET.
We had like some CSHTML glued in there. You know, it's great if you're working from an ASP.NET MVC or Razor Pages project to have that ability. So it's nice to have that, but it's also nice to be able to write a complete Blazor application without that, older technology in there if you don't want it or need it. So we eliminated some of that as well in .NET 9 because we have a Blazor-based identity UI now, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So you got your static rendering plus that. No more CSHTML in my Blazor. Thank you.
I am such a big fan of the server-side rendering. Oh, it's I've got 2 or 3 websites out there that run on the public internet, and the combination of server-side rendering with a Redis output cache, folks don't know they're looking at Blazor. They don't.
Then users don't care. They don't care if it's React.
That's the best
They don't care if it's Blazor. They don't care if it's MooTools.
Oh, there was a throwback name. Wow.
Cold Fusion, whatever. The users don't care.
That's right. No, the users don't, right? But it's when that other developer looks at a website and they start trying to pull apart what technology did they use to make this. It must be view. It must be Angular. I know our friends Sam and Alyssa are coming up next, so I'm going to pick on Angular for a minute. And right, oh gosh, no, it's Blazor. Oh gosh. So there's great stuff there. On Herman is saying, show us. Yeah, right. We're developers talking to developers. We believe in
You mean you
show,
want to
don't
see
tell.
code? Come on.
Who would do that? Who would do that?
How about some slides first, or a slide?
Sure.
Just a slide. Just the top level stuff. This is what came in this
Totally.
release, and like I said, the not a lot of complexity here. It's more like smoothing out those rough spots. So detecting the component render mode at runtime, that's something that is super useful. We'll take a look at a couple examples of how to detect it, but you can imagine, with the two different types of runtime mode with the WebAssembly or server version, you might want to render different UI or have that UI interact in a different way. And now it's a simple flag check to see what mode you're in, and you could swap out whatever you need to there. The improved reconnection logic, we'll look at that one. It's a better demo than it is to talk about. And then, of course, the static server-side globally interactive app. So we render everything from the server statically first, and then your interactive bits get picked up afterwards, which makes it a nice, snappy experience for the user. And then we were talking about the Blazor authentication stuff. There was also, with the server side and the WebAssembly stuff, you have those two different modes, and you have to authenticate across those two different modes. And sometimes you need to share some data back and forth, right? So the Blazor authentication state serialization, it piggybacks on, I'm trying to remember what the name of this is, the persistent, I wrote a note here, persistent component state. It's built on top of that. So what persistent component state is if you're in a Blazor application, you render out server side some components to the screen, and there's maybe some data pulled in from a service or something in that process. You don't want to lose that when you switch over to your interactivity mode. And that is built into that authentication state as well now. So if you're in the auto render mode or doing pre-rendering, you have to worry a lot less about that state being lost, even with authentication. So there's a framework there now for doing all of that.
It was such a pain to try and manage and juggle and pass the state back and forth, and which pages were being rendered on the server and which pages and content is being rendered in the browser or with interactivity. Oh my gosh. So much clearer now how it's being delivered.
Yeah, I can imagine that was a pretty big feedback item. I think I might have heard some of that being voiced live at either the MVP summit or something like that, where somebody raised their hand and they're like, .NET 8's great, but you gave us this foot gun and we need help. And this should clear up a lot of those problems.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to look at some code? We can look at some code
let's do
and
it.
see. So I've got a Blazor and .NET 9 app here, and what's nice now is when you do your file new project, you can click a little checkbox when you're newing up your app, and it will ask you if you want to orchestrate with Aspire. So I have this nice Aspire control panel, and it's got all of the logging and tracing and everything there right in front of me, and I can launch off my application like this, so we could see our Blazor app. And right now, you can't tell how this is being rendered out.
It's so amazing. This is top flight, high technology right there.
Absolutely. And right now, who knows how it's being rendered? Could have been server-side rendering, could it be WebAssembly, could be static rendered. We don't know as an end user, and we probably don't care as an end user. But if I'm a developer and I need to do something specific for a render mode, let's go into the code for a second and just see how we can pick up that render mode and display it on the page so we could see how these things are being rendered out. And I'm going to go over to the main layout page. Let's get our Zoomy tool in here so we can see where we're working. we've got a couple projects in our solution here. We've got the client project, we've got the server project, and then this is our Aspire project. And inside of the main layout.razor, I've got a little cheat here, so you don't have to watch me type during a very short live stream segment. And I'm going to use the new render info API, and I'm going to call the name property off of that. So whenever we render out a page, we're going to get that render mode displayed on the screen. How does that sound? Let's
Easy
bump
enough,
that
straightforward.
code up too, so everybody can see it nice and big. And then we'll go ahead and launch the app again. And now when we launch the app, we'll be able to read out whether that was a static server-side or WebAssembly ran page. So we'll open that up, and there's server. If you were really quick, you probably saw it say static very briefly. So the interactivity wasn't ready yet. It was rendered from the server statically. There's no interactivity mode enabled, and it switches very quickly over to server. And it's going to stay server now as I navigate through, because we're not doing any real page refresh. It's just re-rendering the content of the page based on the interactive routing that we have. So if I have the auto render mode enabled on this application, which I believe I do, let's see, why does it put Solution Explorer on the other side after I run the app? Right. So if I look at my route or my app, wrong project again, components, my app.razor, you can see I have the render mode is interactive auto. So what this is going to do is it's going to look and see if I have the .NET runtime on my machine or in my browser. And if it's not there, it's going to download it. But while it does that, it's going to connect me through SignalR, so I'm not sitting and waiting for those resources. So I've got a nice server-side experience here. But then when I refresh the page, you'll see it went over to WebAssembly. So that's going to cut back on my Azure bill, because I'm not going to be sitting there hitting all of the users' pages and interactivity on the server. Now it's happening on the client. So I can control how much of that interactivity gets done where. And that's the part that came in .NET 8, and the ability to detect this and display it or use that information for other purposes came in .NET 9.
I feel like the auto mode has also been significantly polished here. In .NET 8, it felt like it was a little bit clumsy in how it would set things up and get you connected in interactive server render mode, and you were kind of stuck in server render mode. You'd bounce around and things would work okay, but sometimes it would lock up while it was still downloading the WebAssembly content, right? And I was recommending to folks, just use WebAssembly directly. It downloads fast enough. Make everything else static except for that piece that you actually need to be WebAssembly, that you want to be there, and it'll do the pre-rendering for it, and it'll be good enough for you. But this feels like they've really improved the interaction in interactive auto mode, and we can clearly see it now in the detection scripts that you've placed in there.
And another thing that we have the ability to do now is opt out of interactivities. Like if you have like a marketing page that you need to post up and it doesn't have, calls to or the ability for the user to interact, like with drop downs or anything like that, there's no forms on it. You can just statically render that thing out and let the rest of your application be in automatic mode. And that's a nice combination as well. Whereas previously you had to be in one of the buckets. If you're not one of the buckets, then sorry, you don't get those abilities. But now we can kind of piecemeal these together per component, and we could choose whatever we like.
Yeah,
so that's nice.
If you declared interactive auto or server or WebAssembly, you couldn't go back and inject and say, well, everything's interactive global, everything is global interactive server except this one page. Right. And now we can do that.
So another thing that we saw in .NET 9 was the ability to just detect that interactivity. And there's a little hesitation when you load WebAssembly in and the .NET runtime's actually booting up. It's like millisecond timing, but it's something that you can make out if you're quick enough. And if we do this here, let's try to, I made it nice and big so we can try to see it. But if I do a hard refresh here, you'll see that this button is dimmed out for a split second. I don't know if everybody caught that. I'll do it one more time. See the button go dim again.
Yeah.
And the reason I did that is we'll go into the source code for that page, and that is under pages, counter, and on my button for the counter, put on a new line so we could see it really well. I have the disabled attribute set to render info is interactive. So when pre-rendering is happening and then we have that boot into WebAssembly, like I said, it's milliseconds, but if you're like a true gamer, like if you're like in what was the RTS back in the day? That people still play it now. I say back in the day, like what is it?
Doom or Quake?
No, the RTS one. Not World of Warcraft. What's
StarCraft.
the StarCraft? If you're a
Yeah.
StarCraft player, like you're able to hit those buttons before this thing is interactive. I'm sorry, it's just enough. But another thing that actually can click that button before it's interactive is Playwright. So if you're doing automated user testing, it will generally pick these things up and throw errors because the page isn't interactive yet. And it's clicking buttons and expecting outputs that aren't happening. And it's fast. Playwright can burn through your entire site in a matter of seconds. And a sub-millisecond interactive piece like this is a problem. So what you can do is you can disable the button like this, and you can wait for the interactivity. You could also put some kind of loading notification instead. So you could keep that. You could also add something like this. This is a free open source component that I put out there a while back, and it's called SpinKit. And I have a spin loader, which gives me a content template. And basically anything that this spinner is waiting on won't load until it is ready in the content template will show after the loader is complete. So we just need to set the is loading attribute here. And we could set the is loading attribute to this render info is interactive. And as long as this is false, we're going to show that loading animation. So we can just wrap the entire button in that. You could put it across the whole page, wherever you'd like. But this should give us a little bit different experience. And this would be something that'd be easy to detect with something like Playwright. So you could have some sort of loader that shows up on the screen. We'll have to do another hard refresh here to catch it. Let's close this there. Oh, let's try that again. Empty cache. There we go.
Yeah.
So you can see that loading animation now. And you could have Playwright say, when that is not visible, then continue the test. And you'd need to do that actually on every page, because what Playwright does when it goes through each page, it loads a new empty cached version of that page. It does not use the routing internally. It's going to reopen a new browser, and it does it without any cache. So a handy tip there if you're doing any automated testing with Blazor and WebAssembly. It takes a second to load there. And that's a solution for you. So that is part of that render info API, and that's the is interactive property on it.
I absolutely feel that, and how it can help when you want to build these things and provide a better, smoother experience, right? We run into issues where we get the double rendering of pages, and you see that flash, and you're showing a little bit of why sometimes you see that flash, because the render mode ticks over from pre-rendered server side and then to global or to WebAssembly. I love being able to now take more control over what's actually happening during that experience.
And let's move on to some other new features. I don't think Dan had time during .NET Conf to talk very deeply about this. So hopefully this is new info for folks. So I've got a chat example here, and you'll notice I have an error. That error is intentional. So I'm missing something here. I have an error, and that error, if we look at it, it's probably going to say blah, 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 JavaScript. Failed to resolve module specifier web LLM. So there's something missing here. And if we look at our network, let's try a refresh again. It should show up in, well, maybe not in here, but it's missing. It's 404ing on a JavaScript resource. So what's happening in here is there's a new feature in .NET 9 that lets us work with or organize our JavaScript imports. So when we're working with imports in JavaScript modules, there is a new browser feature actually. So this is more than just new .NET 9. This is just new browser stuff.
Yeah.
And I love the reliance on web standards, and that the .NET team took advantage of something that's this new and put it into .NET 9. So we have this script that is of type import map. And notice this JSON object that we have here. We have imports, and then there's several JavaScript files in here, and they're being mapped to specific names. And you'll see that there's also this integrity bit here. And I really want to highlight that integrity bit, because if anybody out there is doing apps that have really high security needs, what this is doing is it's actually mapping the JavaScript file up here. It's importing it here, but it's also making sure that the hash matches for that file. So it's making sure that you have an unaltered version of that file, and this is the hash for it. So how cool is that? There's an integrity check built into this.
I love it. We've been seeing and wanting to do that more with CDNs, but to have it built in there, so good to ensure that secure delivery of our code.
So you might be wondering where that came from. So there's a new static asset mapping feature in .NET 9. And this is both in Blazor and in ASP.NET Core. So there's tag helpers for this as well on the MVC side of things. And you'll see that things that are static assets that are CSS files, maybe images, things like that, are going to have this asset tag. And when we do a build and publish, these will actually get broadly compressed.
Yeah.
And the names of these files will change in the final output. But this is allowing us to point to these static resources that are in www-root or wherever the path may be. And it is identifying those. So when we go through that publish process, it can then take those and really compress those down and replace those file names. And it will also fingerprint them. So if there are changes, the user will get the newer version. So it'll cache bust, which every web developer knows caching is a pain, right?
And I was a little bit frustrated when I saw this feature get rolled out, because I had just gone through learning and figuring out and discovering the 5 different types of plugins that you need to call in Program CS to deliver this type of feature. And I'm looking at it, and you just saved me like a couple dozen lines of code now that I was doing for analysis and punching all that in. Oh.
So right below all of these is something called import map. And
Yeah.
that's where we started this journey. We have our import map. And in this import map, if I have my JavaScript files and they are in this www-root, like my web LLM interop.js file is in here, it will automatically get pulled into this import map. However, if there is something outside of that www root folder that you need, you may have to specify it specifically in that import map. So I'm going to dive into my web LLM interop, and it has an import on the top here, and it says import as web LLM from. Well, that is a resource that I need to map from a CDN. And to map it from that CDN, I'm going to take advantage of this new map import here, and I'm going to add a, let's see, where are the properties here? Import map definition. That's the one I want. And I cheated and put the code down here because we are close to running out of time. I could see my friends waiting in the green room. And we are going to use this map definition property. And what's going to happen here is when the page boots up, we are going to create a default map. This is just using the same code that the import map component uses when you don't specify an import map, because I don't want to override all of that behavior. I want to add to it. So I'm going to get the default mapping, and then I'm going to call a combine down here with my custom mapping. So I'm going to take the default and combine it with the custom. And if you look at the custom, I have 3 available dictionaries. And I have an import dictionary, I have a scopes dictionary, and I have my integrity dictionary. And these are the JSON schemas that you saw earlier. When I looked inside the browser, I had my integrity objects down there. Scopes lets you scope things to the URL of the page. So if you have 2 resources with the same name, but page A uses resource, foo.js, and then page B uses another foo.js, you can tell it which one belongs to which page depending on the route. So that's what Scopes does. So I'm going to add my web LLM here and call the CDN and map it to that name. And now my interop can pick that up, and we should be able to refresh our page. And when we refresh our page, we should be able to hit that chat. And what this chat's going to do, you'll see it load up in the background here. This is actually bringing down a large language model browser to run locally in WebAssembly.
Okay.
So we don't need a server to talk to our chatbot. We can just say, so this is an interesting demo. Tell me about JavaScript import map. And it's going to be wrong. I'll tell you why it's wrong. Because it's such a new feature that it wasn't there yet. So it gives you either old information or bad information about it. But that is the risk you take with large language models.
But that's, how big was the model it downloaded?
It was a couple megabytes. There, that you can go as big as you would like to consume. By accident, I think I did one that was like 600 megs.
Okay.
And I sent the sample to one of our engineers, and he's like, "This is really cool and all, but do you realize you're downloading 600 gigs to somebody's browser?" I'm like, "Oh no, I didn't. I have a fast internet connection. I wasn't paying attention." So we just chatted with a large language model living in the browser inside of WebAssembly in Blazor. How cool is that?
Very cool. Oh my gosh. But you're right. We are just about out of time. That is phenomenal. Do you have a link to a repository so folks can check out the sample there?
You can go to our blogs.telerik.com.
Okay.
And there is a Blazor REPL with that very example in it and a blog post on how it's built. So blogs.telerik.com, and then also my GitHub page. So my GitHub page. So github.com/Ed Charbeneau is the other place, and you'll find it up there in some of my repositories. So I have a .NET 9. I may need to make it public. I will make that public. There is a .NET 9 repository that has this. And there's the web LLM repository as well. So you can find some of the samples there.
Very cool.
I'll post them in this chat.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. It's been great talking to you. I hadn't done anything with the interactive detection features there yet. So that was really cool to see. And of course, import map is something I haven't stepped into. So I learned something here today. Thank you so much for being a
You're
part of the
welcome.
event. All right.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. Say hi
I've
to
got,
Sam and Alyssa for me.
yeah, I've got two other folks here who want to talk about Blazor, and let me bring on Sam and Alyssa just to add to the chaos here. There we go. Hello, friends.
Hi.
Hey guys,
So
how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me? Is it all good? We Gucci? It's Jeff
Sound
messing
great,
with me.
Alyssa.
of course I am.
Dang it, Ed. You're supposed to let me know when people are messing.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ed. Let's connect
Bye, everybody.
Mwah. Bye.
with Sam and Alyssa now and talk a little bit more. So we saw some of the new things with Blazor. Now, gosh, you're our mobile and Angular friends here.
I don't know. I
Here's-
feel old. Like all of you are modern and cool web developers making things happen in your browser. I mean, have you looked what's in your pocket, your
Hey
phone,
Fritz.
and
Hey
your
Fritz, I hear
desktop?
you're modern and cool. This just in.
I'm modern and cool.
No,
build-
I did say you're cool. I am the old one.
Hang on, Alyssa. I build websites now that folks look at and they don't know it's .NET. That's how
I see.
modern. and cool.
Here's the thing. This is the world I'm used to. I didn't know that you like that's the only .NET websites I know of. Like you speak of these older ones that are like not what they are today, and I'm like, I've never seen such a thing. I don't think they really exist. So that's right.
Right? When folks think about building .NET websites, oh, it's big and heavy and slow, and it ends with .aspx, right? And it's web forms, and it's clunky, and it's got 300 megabytes of view state in it, that hidden, right? Base
Oh,
64
you said
included.
Okay,
word.
I got you. Yeah, you're painting a picture. I needed that. Okay.
But what's funny is like American Airlines still uses web forms. Like you go and navigate around their site and it's .aspx stuff. It's like I'm buying plane tickets using web forms still.
You are doing a lot of other stuff on web forms in old school ASP.NET because it runs businesses, to be honest. And if you look back at the history of where .NET has been with web development in the last 15 years, prior to Blazor, I mean, we were doing Ajax. We were doing a lot of server-side first things. That was the mindset, but it didn't get in the way as much. We didn't build very modern SPA apps. That's where people switched to maybe .NET in the back end and then an Angular or a React front end. But I mean, we got stuff done until Blazor comes along and it kind of levels the playing field. Now it's .NET front and back. Choose your stack.
I think I love to see the sure .NET front back, choose your stack, but also dialing in .NET Aspire to help with that becomes a real interesting thing where we can enable Angular development, some Node development, and pull that all together as a unified application system.
Can you give us like a brief for those who don't know what Aspire is? Just like, what is Aspire?
You got 8 hours.
Well, like I know what MAUI is. I know what hybrid web views are.
Yeah.
I don't. Is Aspire like a server? What is it?
So when you build things with Kubernetes and containers, you orchestrate and you set up all these things that you want to connect and work together.
Mm-hmm.
But what if we could do that in a way that's a little bit more flexible and can automatically bring in other resources that you might declare and say, hey, you know what? I do need a Postgres database. It'd be really great if I had a Redis cache. And what if we could layer in those 4 things that everybody needs in their application, but nobody wants to build? Okay. Reliability, discoverability of our services, so you don't have to key in all the port and name numbers and get those mapped properly between the various applications, right? The durability of things so that it retries requests every time that it might not reach an endpoint, right? Oh gosh, what do you mean I can't just do HTTP client fetch and have it go fetch something and expect it to always come back? How do I build in that reliability and retry feature? Oh, now I need to go back and do that everywhere. What if it's built in by default? Okay. And finally, telemetry and observability. And I give you a really cool dashboard that does the Grafana mappings that you would get, and you'd have to wire up Prometheus and Grafana and get all of that rich logging and telemetry all delivered for you. What if you had that by default when you said file new project?
So it is part of your stack from the get-go.
So it becomes part of your stack from the get-go,
Okay.
and there's tools in .NET Aspire that enable all those for you from the get-go.
I was laughing because chat was trying to help as you were explaining, and Robert Tables was like randomly like, Docker observability, and I'm like, what are these words you're shouting at me? But then you would like make it make sense like a minute later. So it's
So we can talk more about .NET Aspire, and I gosh, if there's Alyssa does .NET sessions.
It sounds like Aspire needs to be next on the list. I don't know why you're keeping these things from me, but it's fine. I'm not mad.
I'm not mad at all. Sam, oh gosh.
So for the sake of time, so we want to talk a little bit, kind of build up on what Ed talked about with Blazor. You had Rachel talk about what's new with MAUI, kind of bringing it all together. But before I dive into bringing all of your web goodness into, native desktop and mobile apps, why don't you take the floor first, Alyssa? Maybe just at a very high level, but very quickly, tell us what's new. Very quickly.
I just realized we're like 13 minutes into our portion, and I'm just like okay, so I gotta like speed talk, but I'm already a speed talker, so we're fine. We got this.
For the .NET shops who have done Angular in the front end, what's exciting? What's cool and happening?
Absolutely. I'm gonna share my entire screen, and you can add it whenever your heart's desires. Whenever
I definitely want to. Yeah, I need to learn more about the Angular.
So I'm going to do a brief, here's what's going on with Angular, and then I'm going to show a demo. And then I'm going to pass that demo off to Sam so he can like .netify it. And that's the plan. And I know that this is a very heavily .NET viewership happening here, but I also know that there are strong ties between the .NET community and Angular as a front-end choice. So I think if you haven't touched Angular in a long time, there's just a lot happening within the last year and a half. So Angular.dev is the new home, and that's what you're seeing on your screen right now for Angular documentation. We're currently on version 19, so you see that over here in the little drop down. That's the noun for that. But you can also choose other versions to view the docs in, which I think is a really beautiful thing, because things like tutorials and references and things obviously get updated. And so sometimes you're working in an older version, super helpful to go back in time. But as of version 17, this is the new home for Angular. And if you scroll to the very bottom of the homepage, you get lots of cool little graphics as you're scrolling. At the very bottom, and I'm going to accept some cookies real quick, is an in-browser code editor, which is like, because there's a lot of times I've recently been, as we know, dabbling with different things in .NET and playing with parallels and working in Windows. And if you don't have your environment set up, it can be extremely painful just to do a hello world with something. And so I love this. If you scroll to the very bottom, there's a hello world for you to just start playing immediately with Angular in your browser. But really cool thing is Mark Texan, or Thompson, he goes by both names, built out these tutorials. And so if you want to build your first Angular app in the browser, if you want to learn, like I love this one because if you do the drop down, it shows you all of the sections that they're going to work through in the browser with you to learn things like, what is control flow now? How does that look different from the Angular that I used to know back in version 8? Or like, how do I handle event handling and propagating that to my children? Things like that. So, and you can easily jump between sections of the tutorials. And I highly recommend those. They're super fun. And there's always like this like reveal answer button if you just want to like paste it in, see the answers and move along. But
it's a cheat button.
I know. I like, oh, but I don't do that. I always type things out. I want you to know it's how I learn. Even if like I'm walking through and like editing people's posts, and sometimes I do it for like I just did a WinForms blog post that I was editing. Every line of code, I like type it out because that's how I like learn and get used to the syntax. So let me refresh this page. This is the Angular playground. The last thing I'll show on the docs. I lost my mouse. There it is. You guys ever lose your mouse? Is that just a me problem? Sometimes I'm like, where is it?
Yes. Especially with big screens.
Do you have like one of those TV monitors, Jeff?
I have
Are
a
you-
42-inch ultra wide.
I think the answer is yes. You meant to say yes.
It's not a TV.
I'm pretty sure my
That's up
first
here.
TV was
That's the other
smaller
one.
than that. So there are some things that are significantly different in Angular nowadays that increase not only the developer experience, but also the performance on the client side. And some of these things are signals, and you can go and immediately load in a signals example, the control flow. They also have a mini game, and all of this loads in browser, and you can download it and play with it. So I really love the new docs. They're very, very pretty. The docs, of course, is where you find detailed documentation, and then reference is for the API of the framework itself. And so now we're going to hop on over real quick and talk about standalone. So some of the new things are things like control flow, signals, standalone. It's a lot of buzzwords. Standalone just means without modules. And for a long, long time, Angular had, can I actually pull up? Let's see. I'm going to see it. We're going to like test the docs search real quick. So for a long time, actually, can we even see modules anymore in the new documentation? What is Angular? Not really. So that is one of the big reasons for this switch, because Angular.0, which you can still go to, and you can see the old logos and oh no, it reroutes now. I wonder if you have to way back it. Hang on, let's see. One last thing. We're gonna try going to an old version. There it goes. I was like, I'm pretty sure I can get the I wasn't gonna say ugly. The uglier, the not as pretty, the older docs.
Historical. Come on now.
Deprecated. I know that, but there's so many people that this isn't like deprecated. This is still the way that they write Angular. And so modules are basically buckets for your code. They're ways to tell like what are the dependencies for my component, or how is my application wired together and bootstrapped. And so it's just by removing modules, making Angular simpler. And so this is a little sample app that I made for this stream, so that it has things like control flow, which is just literally controlling the flow of your template. For loops, if loops, switch cases, things like that in the template. And so here I am creating a Kendo panel bar. Inside of that, I'm looping through photos that I recently took. I went to the Redwoods for Christmas with my son and my husband and took a ton of photos. And I was like, oh, let's load them into this app and show it off. I'm also using optimized images. They're with NG source, and they're really cool. Let me pull up let's go back to the new documentation. And then, where's my mouse? NG optimized. I'm going to get rid of modules. So I'm using the new optimized images, and you can read all about those in our documentation about the benefits that they're giving you, things like lazy loading and setting fetch priority, but also improved like metrics like your LCP, your largest contentful paint.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Is it changing the image itself, or it's just putting those various attributes that we're looking for on it?
So it's if you use the very base layer. So if we go down, you can use, which is what I'm using here. It's just kind of adding those attributes of like, this is a priority, or load this last. But then it also has, I'm trying to find I think if I keep scrolling, adjusting performance, there's a lot of documentation around these. There's
images.
also loaders. There they are. And so you basically can make your own custom loader, and it is directly attached with the service. And so that would then affect like what it's loading. And they have these, is this 5, 6 built-in image services right now, like with Netlify or Cloudinary, things like that, that you can use. But so I wanted to show off control flow first with like the for loops and if statements, things like that in your template. I like debated this because I put a for loop in a for loop to like reduce template. And I was like, is that horrible? Like, do people even do that anymore?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
That's how we build tables. Write a table, where's Robert? Write a table is just a for loop of for loops, so that we got columns across
I'm
rows.
so glad you're not judging my double for, because I was like, oh God, he's gonna make fun of me.
Your code on stream. I'll judge it later.
Okay, on later. Excellent. In private.
Malted beverage, yes.
Did you say malted beverage?
That's right.
Okay, all right. So an offshoot of the very basics of control flow is deferred loading, which is super powerful. And
Mhm.
I decided to wrap my images with @defer, and you can give them, they have a ton of different parameters, but I said on viewport so that my images don't load and like have that largest contentful paint or have that first time to byte, or the TTFB, I think, have
Yeah,
those
time to first
metrics
bite.
being
Yeah.
like affected by this like large amount of images that we're loading in. I also used the @loading and @placeholder to put a skeleton, a kendo skeleton, to like placehold and indicate like, hey, something's coming. And so if we go to localhost, I believe I have it served up and ready for us. Maybe did I start? I did. Excellent. And we can also put, so sometimes, I don't know if you've ever had this like flash of like content was supposed to be loading in, but because the content loaded so quickly, whatever placeholder loader you had only gets to be on screen for like a little bit of a millisecond, right? And it's like in and out. So then it kind of looks like something's broken because it loaded too quickly, if that makes sense. Like you didn't actually get to see the loader. And so now you're like, oh, what was that weird blip? And so that's why there's things like minimums or after, so that you can ensure. So I'm going to like put a longer, give me 3 seconds of the skeletons. And so you can see the skeletons here if we had like slower network and we're like loading in the images. And then we're just inside our little panel bar and everything is standalone with the latest, no modules in this application. No modules were harmed in the making of this Angular app. And I think the one thing that I'm not going to have time to cover today is signals, which is like a built-in reactive primitive. But again, on the new Angular website, if you head straight to the playground, one of the playground, yes, I will take all the cookies. Don't ask me any more times. Thank you very much. One of the playgrounds that you can load in is a signals demo, and you can play around with them and try to understand just this new reactive primitive that is built into Angular, comes out of the box, and is very performant. But yes, so I'm actually going to pass this. I built the project and I slacked Sam the dist folder as heathens do with their code. I don't know. I should have just pushed it on
Git. You couldn't GitHub it.
Listen, it was dire. I was like, here's a dist folder that's compressed. I don't need this judgment, all right?
Okay. So while you've been talking there, I've been researching and I'm getting ready to buy the .netify domain name so that we can .netify all of our JavaScript apps.
Is it available? Don't tease me.
It is, depending on how much I want to spend. Yes.
Who do you use, by the way, to look up domains? I'm always curious, like who people
I'm a
use.
Namecheap guy.
Oh, Namecheap?
Yep, Namecheap.
Okay, I've never used them. Excellent. Okay, so I'm actually, pretend like I put that up on GitHub like a proper person would, and that Sam pulled it down from GitHub, and now he's going to share his screen and .netify it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Jeff, we have Richard Campbell after this, don't we?
We do.
How about you and me buy him some malted and distilled beverages and keep him waiting for 10 more
What
minutes?
is a malted beverage?
We can take our time.
Like mulled wine? What is malted?
No, malt.
What? Like a malt
Not
ball?
mold. Malted.
Malted, like whiskey, scotch.
Yeah. All right. So Jeff, bring up my screen whenever you're ready.
Sure, let's do it. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are a lot of cool things happening in the web world. We saw a lot of Blazor goodness. We saw some Angular goodness. And I'm stuck here as an old man trying to bring all of that goodness somehow into my desktop app, which my enterprise workflow really, really needs. And I would hate to recreate all of that UI. Can I not just reuse what I had built or what my other cool friends in the other teams have built for the web? So for folks who are maybe just still catching up, I'm still catching up because there was a ton of content at .NET Conf. Check out all the videos. There was a lot of cool things about here's what's new and greatest and latest with .NET MAUI and Blazor. All of that is recorded and it's there for you to consume. Now, if we are to look at the .NET MAUI world, this is the evolution of cross-platform development with .NET. With a true single shared code base, now we can target iOS, Android, Windows, and Mac. What's not to like? Yes, there are some complexities because there are some, a lot of SDKs that we deal with, but for the most part, performance is good. You need to get your tooling in order because you're depending on iOS, Android, and other things a little bit. But once you have it set up, it's a beautiful story.
And I wouldn't ask Sam to show off Android because you might get your hand bitten off.
That's okay. I lean more towards iOS, but
we were pair coding yesterday, and he shot it down pretty hard. So.
So for us to bring web content into native mobile or desktop app and truly native app, not a shim like a PWAs are great, but they have a purpose, a certain way of doing things. This is a truly native app with full performance benefits, full access to all of the platform APIs. We got a couple of ways in which we can do that. We had what was called like an old school web view back in the Xamarin days. It didn't do much. It was just there for rendering some random HTML, CSS, JavaScript content. Then come .NET MAUI, starting with .NET 6, and this has evolved quite a bit. We have what's called the Blazor web view. This is a smart abstraction. It's actually a UI component. You can see it in the docs if you come down to user interface, controls, and views. This is a smart control because what it does is it tries to understand where your app is running and accordingly goes to the OS and borrows a nice modern web view, a green, evergreen browser, and gives you that browser and lets you load up a lot more than just HTML. So you can bring in Blazor with your routing, with your components, with your styles and JavaScript. Everything just works. So if we are to take a quick look at this, and again, nothing about this, a whole lot has changed. So I'm in VS Code using the .NET MAUI extension, and I have done a Hello New World Blazor with .NET MAUI app template. So if I go ahead and run this, let me minimize this. You can see it here. It's running on my Mac. I can also run this on every other device. So let's go ahead and run this, and you're going to see just the boilerplate Hello World Blazor app now inside of a desktop shell. So compared to Electron, we are doing things very, very differently. There is no Node.js. This is purely a .NET app, so performance is good. We are just using the rendering mechanism, but Blazor and .NET MAUI are running on the same .NET, bits, the hardware part of it. So this is all local. Now, one thing that all web developers, you and Alyssa included, love to have are browser dev tools. So what I could do is I'm on a Mac side of things here, but you can do this on Android and Windows as well. Here in my Safari, I'm in Apple's walled garden, so good things happen to me. You can see here, it notices that I'm running this app on localhost, but there is no local host in it. Excuse me. So in here is your browser dev tools. So if I maximize this a little bit, here is your div tag that's rendering your entire Blazor app. Here's your page. Here's the main, and somewhere in here in the content is your counter, right? So I can muck with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, networking, all I want while my app is running on desktop or mobile. So first selling point, I have like a couple of web developers convinced that we can do this. But this is not just for Blazor. This, by the way, if I show you the code, it is super simple. It's just adding a Blazor web view as a dependency, and then we are adding developer tools. And just for Mac and iOS, you do have to add a little bit of a security thing. This is Apple's way of saying declare everything that your app needs. So you kind of have to make your web content be inspectable by the web developer tools or Chrome or Safari dev tools. But for Android and Windows, you don't need any of that, right? So this is bare bones Blazor. So this clearly works. Now, it's not just for Blazor, as we just said. This is Alyssa trying to ship me a dist zip folder with exactly that app that she built.
All right, let's all admit it. We all Slack our dist folders to each other.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
You're hearkening back to the sneaker net of 2002.
Yeah.
Okay, so here is the same exact app. So I haven't changed anything about a .NET new hello world, give me a .NET MAUI app with Blazor. So you can see that in my components, I have a folder which has all my layouts. I have my imports. I have my Blazor components. All of it is right there, meant to work with Blazor. I have a www root folder, which is all of my web stuff, my JavaScript assets, and my static content. However, I have renamed this. So if you look at MAUI program.cs, we are still bringing in the Blazor web view. However, when it gets down to actually rendering it, this is the index.html. So we're essentially pointing it to a web app to load. This is what Blazor uses. Here's the div tag inside of which Blazor does its thing. We replaced it, and we essentially copied over the ng build assets from our Angular app and just dropped it in here. So here's my Angular index.html with Alyssa's app, and I got polyfills, styles, and favicons, and everything else that the Angular app needs. So in here as well, let's see, where is this going to run? My Mac is fine here. Although Alyssa gets a little demanding. She's like, make it work on an iPad. We saw Mac already. So
I did.
Fine.
I did. I also was like, and an Android. And that's where he drew the line. He was like, we don't have time for this, Alyssa.
And while I'm speaking, I still kicked off a build on a Mac, but I will show you iOS in just a second. So same exact app. Again, this is an Angular app with standalone and all the latest and greatest bits. So it does all the animations. It's got the skeleton and everything going for it. Look at these beautiful pictures of Alyssa's kid. So all of that just clearly works on iOS, Android, Windows, and Mac. Again, how we do it is fundamentally different because now it's a web view as compared to Node.js and shipping a Chromium engine with it. So it's much more lightweight, much more open to reuse.
Where are the
Make sense,
options,
everyone?
like the build options? Because Robert was asking about, can it go to my smart fridge? Like, what are the devices that you can
You
go
could.
to?
So again, if you are using the latest .NET MAUI bits, it will support every type of device simulator that your iOS or Xcode sees. And it will also support Tizen. So if you want to run it on a fridge or a TV, that's built
Why
by,
do both of
Samsung.
you boys know a Tizen? Like, why is that something you both
It's
are just like,
popular. It actually is a part of the default. It just commented out because not many people do it. But if you start a Hello New World .NET MAUI app, you actually get the Tizen bits right here. You do need to download their SDK and make it work, but it's supported from Xamarin days. So yeah, running your app on a fridge.
On Samsung devices, they have that Tizen OS, and it's really cool to think that I can push an app that runs on my TV, that runs on my fridge, that runs on my washing machine. Like, oh, okay.
I don't know if I want a screen on my washing machine, but all right.
You don't. They screens on washing machines.
why?
have
Because
a
of the
problem with
water or what? Oh, yeah.
Okay, now let me show you one more variation of it because just being able to run an Angular or a React app inside desktop, it's one thing, but now we want some interactivity. So .NET and JavaScript traditionally, they don't like to talk to each other unless you build them a little bit of a bridge, and that's where the interops come in. So here is another example of an Angular app. This one also has that Blazor index.html. It is using a Blazor web view. But we are going to replace it with this index.html, which is my Angular app. However, in here, I am bringing in the WebView.js, which is what the Blazor runtime would like to load up, because that brings in some goodies with it. So let me go ahead and run this. And let's see, iPad 10th generation, that should be just fine. And that, by the way, I'm reading it down here at the bottom of my screen as to where this app runs. So
What
this is the
what
Hello
generation
World.
are we up to, Sam? Do you know? Do you know what this is?
I can find out once this app is done. I think 13. Yeah. I mean, every year you're just supposed to keep buying devices.
I thought it was like 20. So yeah, I don't know.
Buy new devices.
Okay. So Hello World, NG new Angular app, CLI, old school Angular app, perhaps. But you can see from my Angular TypeScript code, I can read the screen width and height. If I was on desktop, I can shrink and zoom the screen. It changes because it's listening to the event, the resizing event. And I can tap on this button here, and it says, hey, your device is an iPad 10 generation. Your orientation happens to be portrait. So that's not coming from Angular, because now we are running inside of .NET MAUI. So we have all of the device APIs at our disposal. And I don't want to do it in JavaScript or TypeScript. I would much rather do it in .NET. So that's the goal of,
Well, and I think there are some things that with doing this with .NET that you can't access with JavaScript. Like, I think there's some proprietary API things that you don't have.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're not in a browser sandbox. You're literally a native app, so you have access to everything. So what my Angular app was doing is bringing in this JavaScript file and just hooking into some .NET invoke methods. Now, this part might not look as smooth as it should be, and that's because I'm using the old school way of doing things. This is bringing in the JS interrupt here. I mean, it's not that difficult to do. You just need to decorate some of your .NET methods with this, decoration. What's it called? Attribute?
With the new way of doing things, you don't need JS interrupt?
You don't need this anymore, which I'll get to in just a second. I'm looking at time. Okay, I got 3 more minutes, right? So I can do this all day long. So essentially, my TypeScript or JavaScript is calling into these methods. You see that get device info, that's my device name. That's my orientation of my display. That's what I'm reading into. So .NET APIs being called from JavaScript. So while I could do this, the bridge can be a little bit easier to do. And that's what's been in the works here. So if I go back to the docs here, so that's all based on Blazor Web View, but this started off as an experiment. Now it's actually a part of .NET, MAUI in .NET 9. There's this thing called Hybrid Web View, which is our good friend Beth Massey. She's the PM, and she's got some smart engineers, Elon, and others working on this. And this has come a long way. So this is also a web view, but it is catering to exactly what Alyssa is looking for JavaScript and .NET to talk to each other just a little bit easier without having to think twice about it. So it is still, it is wrapping the Blazor Web View, but with some extra APIs. So if I take a quick look at this, let's see, where did I have it?
The demo with this hybrid web view is so slick. I'm really excited to use it.
This is, by the way, just pulled down from GitHub repo, so anyone can run this and tinker with it. So in this one, you'll notice that in addition to, or instead of the Blazor Web View, we are bringing in the hybrid, web view. And then in our main page, which is the XAML page, which is for old school people like me, apparently this gets verbose. You have tooling that helps you write it, but fine. If you don't ever want to see XAML again, just add in this one component and it'll do all of its thing. This, however, is doing a little bit of a mix and match. So this one here is dropping in like an editor, like a text field, and it's got some buttons in there. And everything in here is all web content, and that is coming from the raw folder. And there's a www with CSS and JavaScript and index.html and all that good stuff. So what this does is, if I go ahead and run this now, it's going to come up with the desktop app, runs the same way on iOS, Android, and Windows as well. But just the communication between JavaScript and .NET is super easy. This is a little bit small, so I'm just going to zoom in. So everything here that you see above with these buttons, that's all native UI. And everything under this is all web UI. And you can see I can send messages from C# to JavaScript. You can see like this is a C# or an HTML content editor, and it's counting the counter up, and then I can go from JavaScript back to C# because now it's just raw messages being sent back and forth between JavaScript. I can do synchronous JavaScript. In this case, we sent in 123.321 and just added. That's just an add function that's sitting in index.html or in your JavaScript file. I can also do asynchronous JavaScript. This is being read off a file, an IO read off a file in my project, and it's spitting back JSON to me. So again, this is plenty for us to tinker around. But what you will see in the demo is all of this stuff is actually here in main page.xaml. This is the C# code that is receiving raw messages from JavaScript. This is the .NET method that sent in those two things and sent it to JavaScript to say, can you add those numbers, and vice versa. And here on the index.html JavaScript side, you're going to see it has the evaluate with params. It actually has the JSON data. This is the async data. It's a text file that we read asynchronously through JavaScript from C#. So the invocation of commands or methods between HTML or between JavaScript and .NET is getting a whole lot easier. So you don't even need to decorate your methods. They just know how to call each other. So that's exciting. And Alyssa and me are just tinkering with this. She's got a nice modern Angular app with signals and standalone, and I am stuck here in my .NET MAUI world. But we can reuse, we can share, and bring in some of the Angular goodness into native mobile and desktop.
Very cool. I'm really excited by what the hybrid web view is going to bring and how it really is a step up over what the Blazor web view was giving to us. So,
Indeed.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate learning a little bit more about that, and I want to .netify all the JavaScript apps. But we are going to have to get together and talk more about .NET Aspire and how we can do some fun stuff with our friends that use Node and Angular.
Yes,
Because
it sounds like there's a lot of cool stuff that there is to learn with Aspire. So I was
Absolutely.
expecting you to be like, but it's a server, and it wasn't that simple. So
No,
But there's a lot to Aspire, and it's beautiful.
Excellent.
And I was looking at the chat room. A lot of our friends. What I was trying to suggest to you, Jeff, is looks like a lot of us are going to be in Stockholm together in a couple of weeks for a conference.
we
So,
might. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
so we'll get
So
together.
it'll be a lot of fun there in Sweden. Yeah, for Sweet Tug, February 4th and 5th. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks
It's
for
been great
having us.
talking to you, and I'm going to bring on somebody else who's going to be at Sweet Tug here in just a minute. So we
Indeed.
will see you too soon. Thanks so much.
Bye.
And there they go. But I want to bring in our friend Richard Campbell here. You know Richard, how you doing there, buddy?
I'm well, friend. I've just had a crazy morning, so I'm going to go directly to the whiskey. For those who are
Very
wondering
nice.
what's going to be on tomorrow, this is the one.
Okay, Buchanan's Deluxe. I'm not familiar with that.
It's a blend. It's not normally found in North America very much, fairly hard to find, but I'm in Mexico right now. So it was on the shelf there, and I'm like, it's a one to talk about. James Buchanan was one of what they call the great whiskey barons, and so his story itself is very interesting.
The only
sort of
president from the state of Pennsylvania.
That's not the same James Buchanan.
Ah, okay.
He was born in Canada of Scottish immigrants, moved while he was still a baby. They moved back to the UK, but no, not
that James Buchanan.
Not that James Buchanan, no. But yeah, I am in Mexico, hence the backdrop of curtains. You picked a great day to ask me to join you because it's miserable outside. It's cool and cloudy, and so.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no, it worked out just fine.
So I've been really enjoying the Windows Weekly whiskey reviews, and when you were doing the series teaching about how whiskey is made, oh my gosh, such a great set of
we put that to, if anybody goes looking for it, it's a YouTube playlist now.
Okay.
Turns out it takes me 2.5 hours to explain how Scottish whiskey is made. I did not know until I'd done it.
I may have downloaded and had them available offline so I could watch it on a flight. It was very enjoyable.
And the crazy part is I know so much more now. Like there's something about making something every week and pointedly going to more distilleries and talking to more of these craftsmen. I always liked whiskey. Boy, I like whiskey way more now. Just the way that it's made and the different parts of the world that I've been to and seen the process, and not just the Scottish, but the Australians and the Kiwis and the Swedes and the Danes and the Americans and the Japanese and the Taiwanese and everybody's making whiskey.
Yeah. So
here's to your friend Little Buchanan's for the end of a great show. I've been in and out of it the whole time while this machine wasn't eating itself.
I like doing these. It's 4 or 5 hours. It's about the same length that I do a normal live coding stream, but talking to our friends and learning a little bit more about the various features. It's .NET 9. It's not one of the even versions, right, that we look at for that long-term support.
Yeah.
So I feel like
long term being 3 years, but okay.
Right. But I feel like folks overlook the odd numbered releases, and
Yeah.
there's some really great stuff that was part of this release that we heard from folks. We're just building on. We're building on and growing here.
Yeah, and definitely seeing a sense of the future too. You know, I was in a conversation with a group of folks that were very upset that .NET 6 was going out of support, and they say, well, why wouldn't they just patch it? And I'm like, they have. It's called .NET 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's really not that big of a leap, but the longer you wait, the harder it gets. So,
Right.
go ahead, move on. But same thing for take 9 out for a spin, because the main thing you see when you go from 8 to 9 is stuff goes faster.
Yeah, when we talked to Dustin earlier, and he talked about how, you know what, we just made the implementation of these things behind the scenes run more optimized. Like,
Yep.
oh my
You just
gosh.
had time to do more of that sort of deep thinking about the way that the code actually gets used. And there's part of that is seeing it act in the cloud, right? Like the reality is that Azure deeply instruments .NET, and that's how they get a view of how .NET is actually run in the cloud and where the optimization opportunities come in. If anybody hasn't seen it, the .NET Rocks episode we did about the latest version of Poly comes directly from that effect. Microsoft uses Poly extensively inside of Azure, and as their instrumentation showed, it was starting to creep up as a performance issue at the Azure scales, which admittedly is not normal scales.
No.
And so they built a much more advanced version of Poly, almost a breaking thing. Like you can stay with Poly 5 before this time, but Poly 6 rethinks Poly. Still the same capabilities, but much more able to scale to this tremendous level. That fundamentally, that's what Microsoft needed.
Right.
But I see we are beneficiaries to the perch that Microsoft has over the utilization of code in the cloud, that we get all these performance benefits from.
Think about the impact that Bing has made on ASP.NET.
I can't stand when you say the B word, but okay.
Right. Fine. It's the impact of a very large application like Bing, right?
Deeply utilized.
Right. Billions of hits a day.
Mm-hmm.
And right, when we think about how much memory is being used and how the processors are being used, how they scale horizontally for that, when they can shave, right, 10% processor utilization, they're literally saving millions of dollars.
This is a scale at where milliseconds matter. Like most of the time for our code, milliseconds don't matter that much.
No.
Seconds barely matter. Some of them matter. 20 versus 10, like people will notice that. But to go from 100 milliseconds to 75 doesn't matter for most of our projects. But when it's a billion transactions in the cloud, that's a lot. It makes a huge difference.
The cost of goods sold for that is literally millions of dollars they're saving.
Yeah. Well, and you're right. Like part of this is Microsoft decreasing the load on their own data centers because they're struggling to build fast enough. The demand keeps going up. Like thank goodness we're optimizing so that we give a little more headroom for all the other things that are coming to the cloud.
Oh yeah. And right. So when we think about the other things that are coming, I throw back to when we talked to Luis earlier in the day, and we learned about Microsoft.extensions.AI and how we've now got this really slick platform that runs on top of everybody's models and AI implementation. Like, okay, you don't want to use OpenAI, you don't want to use Azure, you want to use Ollama, Meta's tools, go to Gemini. It's the same API for you.
Right.
We'd really like you to use the Azure and OpenAI tools. That'd be nice, but we'll give you the exact same APIs to use everybody else's tools.
Yeah.
So that it becomes interchangeable. That's great stuff.
That's huge. And it just, I mean, I still worry about, are we still building for what the average developer needs? But I also appreciate you don't have to worry about scale. It's certainly a theme I often hit on things like on Run As Radio, where, here I'm talking to a guy who's managing 250,000 Azure Directory entities. So, your 100,000, you're going to be okay. Or your 5,000, you're fine. Yeah, if we can make .NET run on billions of transactions simultaneously efficiently, your thing's going to be all right.
Mm-hmm. So that comes back to a question that somebody dropped into Twitch chat about an hour ago. Is .NET still relevant?
It's a great question for a bunch of reasons, because let's face it, the vast majority of .NET users have been using it for some time, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you can make the same argument for something like Java, right?
Mhm.
Been around a long time, got a huge code base installed on it, lots
Oh,
of
yeah.
folks making it comfortable living there. Is it, quote unquote, leading edge? Can it do the modern thing? And, I think one of the advantages that .NET has had is it's gone through a complete transformation so well that people don't realize it has.
Yeah.
I was digging around for what's actually going on in .NET 10, because why would they make another version of .NET? And one of the largest things that's being discussed, and by the way, no secrets here, this is on GitHub if you want to go looking for
Open source.
Right? It's open source, and they talk about new versions in issues.
Mhm.
And one of the things they're pushing towards is this unified build.
Mhm.
But the reality is that the way that .NET is built by Microsoft for its primary distribution is organized by the product stack, right? So Roslin's over here, and the libraries are over here, and the SDK's over there, and all this stuff is sort of brought together into a build of .NET. And that's not how the Linux distros build .NET. They build it on what's called a source build.
Yep.
And there's little differences. And you often see like the Red Hat folks saying, hey, why is this different in .NET built by Microsoft versus the one we're building? And so they're trying to try and unify those two things together to have one common build practice that's always going to be the same. But it speaks to the future of .NET. Major Linux distros all over the world deploy a version of .NET as part of their operating system these days, because they find .NET an efficient way to build software with the operating system.
And right, you would have never guessed that we would hear that 15 years ago.
It's weird, right? Like, what's going on?
Right, 15 years ago, we were hearing Miguel Diaz saying, "Hey, I'm going to get C# working using the standards running on Linux," and people thought he was crazy.
That was 2001, so that was 24 years ago. We're all getting very old.
Don't remind me.
I don't know, friend. There was an awful lot of gray hair on the channel today. Like,
yeah. And it wasn't all mine.
No, it's certainly some of mine. Dustin's got a little fringe going on there. Like, it's sort of the reality.
Yeah.
But it is great to see younger folks getting involved with .NET as well.
Absolutely.
Look, I do that next 10 years of software development talk a lot. In fact, I think I might even be doing it at SFETA. And it is very hard for the administrator in me to argue against a web app, because the deployment's so painless, because we've already got a security context. It's the browser. They're on all the phones. They're on all the tablets. They're on all the PCs. Like, it is super hard to argue against that. And so, JavaScript's not going anywhere. This argument is we can make fun of it, but you only make fun of things you love anyway, right? Even when it annoys you.
I don't know about PHP.
Yeah, well, that's a different level of teasing.
That's right.
So that's always going to be there. But how you write your backend code is yours, and how you write maintainable code. As you get more experience in this space and you start living with code that you wrote 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Some code's definitely more maintainable than others, and so that backend code that's written in .NET. Or even looking, not that you have a lot of 5-year-old Blazor code, because Blazor gone through a lot in the past 5 years. But again, the way that code organizes means that it's easier to pick up when it's been put down for 6 months or a year, or even longer. Right?
Now,
it's easier to build tests around. It's easier to understand. It's terser, right? There's a lot less trickery for browser problems. Like, your life's better in that code space.
So I was looking at, I was brought an application that was built with .NET Framework, and the check-ins that are listed on here for some of the folders, just looking at the top level in the GitHub repository, are 11 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, the maintainability of that, the fact that it still runs and is still maintainable and still is efficient, that's fantastic. But
Totally.
what are you doing? You're not taking
You're
care
missing
of your
out.
project. Yeah.
Well, and you talked about web forms earlier today, right? And you look, there's an awful lot of 2005, 2.0 edition of framework which was really the first version of ASPX that worked. We could run for weeks. That stuff persists. I still get regular emails on the .NET Rocks channels about folks that are making a living for web forms because that's what their employer is happy with.
I think I've happily moved on. I had a couple questions a few months ago about web forms, and
you got to a place where you own the product, friend. Like that's a weird state to be.
Yeah, but I had to go and dig up my documentation and reinstall pieces here and get it working again. And oh my gosh,
yeah,
it was a place I had not been in so long. And
by the way, it works, right? Like there's no question that code just works. It's not the prettiest stuff to read. There's definitely different calibers of web forms code. Like you can see someone who's lived with web forms long enough to go, there's a way to make this legible and organized accordingly.
So that leads into an interesting discussion. I gave a session at Microsoft Ignite about the new .NET Upgrade Assistant. And I was part of that announcement that we had there, where the Upgrade Assistant for years and years has been built to be this expert tool that identifies patterns and provides migration capabilities for you. And now they've dialed in the old YARP tool. So yet another proxy. You can run your .NET Framework project right next to your .NET 9 project.
Yeah. No dead drop migrations, right? Live side by side.
Run them both side by side, and you can have it route appropriately between the two halves as you migrate things. But then when you talk about migrating things from web forms back and forth, well, that's a rewrite. We don't really recommend it. How do we do that? So, right, the new features that we announced at Ignite were we're going to add an AI into this so that it starts to suggest and bring that co-pilot knowledge to start doing some migration of some things. Now, no guarantee that it'll do web forms, but that it'll identify patterns and start doing some of those migration things.
This is the fun part about generative AI, is if I can bring it the appropriate data set, it'll be interesting to see what it can derive from that. Yes. If I can bring you a web forms app that I have already rewritten in Blazor and feed it to a generative AI along with a few dozen others, what patterns will the generative AI models find? They may not define them that way, but you start to get responses back from looking at web forms code to say, this is what this looks like in Blazor.
This becomes more interesting, right? While the V1 model might not know how to do that, and the V2 model might not know how to do that, when you get down to V5, V10, it might start to have some ideas.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much data can we feed it. How many folks are going to do the hard work of doing that migration in the first place, which is where you get these upgrade assistants in the first, initially anyway, is that you do try and codify people's learnings of doing migrations. The idea that we could do it with a generative AI model so that we don't really need the folks that do the migration, we just need the code and run through and run the model a few times to see if we can get that capability to emerge.
Yeah. Really taking that expert system that's hard coded and turning it into the AI discovering and making
it becomes a neural net. It just becomes a set of weights inside of a model that can spit back different kinds of C# code than what you started with.
Yeah. Oh, it's great stuff. I'm excited to see how the AI is going to impact our coding experience here in 2025. But at the same time, there are things that I don't want it doing. Like,
dude, it writes better pull request comments than me by a mile.
It's too verbose in some of the pull requests.
Yeah, well, that's it. But better more copy than fixed. Right? And
it's easier for me to delete
again. And for crying out loud, I'm still trying to fix this.
I've been doing that with GitHub Actions. Like, set up the GitHub edit experience. Tell it, write me a GitHub action that does this, that, or the other thing, and it generates. It generates YAML for me that looks...
YAML's your friend.
Oh, don't... No. No, it's not.
The only thing worse than YAML? All the other choices.
Yes.
could have been XML, man. Like,
But
could
no,
be worse.
I'd rather XML or JSON because I have an interpreter
Meh.
or I have a tool that at least tell me that it's malformed versus you open up YAML and did I put a space or a tab there?
VS Code's pretty good at detecting that these days, you know, truly.
And that's right now I need it, right? I'm bringing in a tool that's going to come in and do that kind of thing. So,
Well, you know, the secret about Microsoft is actually a tooling company, right? They happen to have made operating systems and some software and some languages stuff, but they're actually a tooling company.
yeah.
And so, you know, ways to have us highlight the potential problems in our code and sort of lead us down the path of success. That's what good tooling does.
Absolutely. Why do you think there's syntax highlighting?
Yeah. Well, and has been for decades.
Right.
And it's only getting smarter, right? Like,
Yes.
like that's what's fascinating to me. It's just, I wonder how much we've had this incredible power from Roslyn in these analyzers that most people can't harness. Like, and in fact, when you get someone who does learn how to harness it, it's almost like they learn SharePoint. Like, they now in a different world. They make a lot of money. They work on complex problems. Like, they're in their own space, and we don't understand what they say anymore. So, but analyzers being taken over by generative AI, so that their recognition of data patterns gets manifest as an analyzer. That's pretty interesting stuff.
Yes. I was working on a .NET Aspire community toolkit pull request to actually add Clam antivirus, right? That open source antivirus that the folks at Cisco manage, to add that as a .NET Aspire resource. Right? We always tell folks, scan your file uploads for viruses, for malware. Well, here's an antivirus that runs in a container that anybody can download and use. Let's put it into .NET Aspire so everybody can scan their files. There are so many analyzers that are built into the community toolkit for .NET Aspire that it generates and delivers and renders and suggests things as you're working with the code. It's really impressive what they've already started to roll out in that project. So
yeah, you know, there's so many things that are just at the beginning still. That's, you know, again, you get back to, is this still relevant? It's like, look at the work going on. The biggest problem I think Microsoft has most of the time with their latest tools is the previous tools were really, really good too.
Yeah. How do we make this 10x
How do I
better?
move you off of Studio 2019 when it works so well? How do I move you off of .NET 8 when it works so well?
Yeah. Right. We've got to do better than we did previously by how much more? Yeah. Yeah.
And the funny thing is that's always been true, right? Like, it's always been a competition over the previous version.
Yeah.
It's just more, the cadence is intense.
It is.
Like, shipping a new version of .NET every November. I don't know how you're feeling, dude, because you've done a bunch of them. But I'm telling you, on the other side here, out in the world, we're gasping for air. It's a lot.
It's spinning fast, and
four updates to Studio a year.
The updates to Studio I'm okay with,
because you can ignore them. You install them, but you don't. Generally, doesn't change your existing workflow.
No,
you're probably not using them.
Right. They're the old service packs that we had before.
Yeah, but they're also feature sets, right? Like, they're not just fixing things; they are adding features.
The conversion of GitHub Copilot from an extension to an embedded feature in Visual Studio was a big change.
Yeah,
and folks don't realize that happened.
No, and this is, I don't know if you remember this, right at the end of a few builds ago, when Stevie Batish came out and did one of the best "this is what a tech fellow is about" kind of rants, where he just talked about the role of artificial intelligence at Microsoft. He talked about B-side, inside, outside. That the initial implementations are all going to be beside, right? It was an extension. And then the sort of next logical phase is the inside. It's incorporated in the software, so it has access to all of the software. And then he speculated that eventually there is only one Copilot, and it's on the outside, but it has access to everything. But that's still, you know, in the future. And
Satya ran with a little bit of that about, right? you can use Copilot to do all these things that you have software as a service doing, but you could replace it with a Copilot.
Yeah. Well, and like software as a service, you struggle with which tool for which problem.
Yes.
Right? And pick your Copilot is also a problem. So it is still very future looking, this idea that we'd have a unified intelligent agent strategy. We don't, but you can see we're going to need to, like, that will eventually be overwhelmed.
I feel like all the little independent AI tools that folks have built out there for $10 a month, and I'll help you generate images, or $10 a month and I'll help you generate audio and
Yep.
whatnot. Like, those are all going to get consolidated and fall
Yeah.
away. It's
Well,
9 to 12.
I happened to talk to She Who Must Be Obeyed about Shazam the other day, right? You
Oh
remember
my
when
gosh, there's
recognizing
the
music
reference.
was a separate app you had to install? And
Yeah.
now every phone does it. It's just intrinsic to the operating system, right? Like, that's
Yeah.
sort of the reality, is that these initial innovative independent things just become part of a larger whole.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh, it's
no,
great stuff.
yeah. Is the innovation slowing down? Not really. We're in an interesting sea change right now, and we're still in a bit of a hype bubble. We're coming down. Reality's starting to land in a few more spots. The revenue yields anywhere haven't come up where they wanted them to be. The
No.
product stacks are still too many and too complicated. The growth rates are starting to upstream resources. I do that. I've been doing geek outs on energy for a long time, and I did one solely on nuclear power, and I happened to hit it at the moment when all the tech giants started talking about nuclear. So I've been doing that talk a lot because we've got an interesting energy crisis coming here.
Microsoft buying 3 Mile Island.
Leasing reactor one.
Okay.
Which is just down the road from you, right? It's in Pennsylvania.
It's about an hour and a half, 2-hour drive to the west.
Yeah. Well, look, it's very, the other problem is the whole Northeast power grid is starting to destabilize, and it's largely due to these data centers. And in my study of energy systems, one of the things, when you're an industrial power consumer, you talk to the power company all the time. If you're an aluminum smelter, you don't just turn on the inductors. You talk to the power company before you turn on the inductors. That's hundreds of megawatts. Like, it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And these data centers are in the tens of megawatts for the most part. We're not that. I think it's going to be a requirement in the immediate future. Like, they're probably negotiating this right now, and I know nothing. I'm just saying I see the pattern here, that they are going to have regular conversations with the power company about what their consumption is, what it's going to be. They might even have curtailing at times. It's like, hey, this area is struggling. Can you move some workloads into a different area and reduce your consumption to keep the grid a bit more stable? Like, just to be a good partner. But it also speaks to, because you're also not that far away from being a producer. Like, the easiest thing in the world for a Microsoft or an Amazon or a Google or a Facebook to do would be to start building combined cycle natural gas plants. Natural gas is plentiful. The plant's designs are very stable. You can build smaller ones. They're carbon emitters, though, and that all of these companies have agreed not to generate more carbon. And so that's the interest in nuclear. The only reason 3 Mile Island Reactor 1 was turned off was that it was getting too expensive to run compared to combined cycle natural gas, which is all over Pennsylvania. And so they shut it off just to save money. It was cheaper to not run it. It still has 10 or 15 years of good runtime in it. But Microsoft's not that price sensitive. What they need is power where they need it.
Yes.
But TMI-1 is 800 megawatts. That is way more power than any number of data centers they could build reasonably in Pennsylvania possibly do. So they're going to end up providing power to the area.
Back into the grid. And
I imagine they'll provide it at rack rate, because it's the only way it makes sense. And again, and Microsoft is not that price sensitive when it comes to that sort of thing.
Sure. So just like building Azure and selling the extra compute that they don't need.
We're headed towards a weird world, man. Like, look what's on my Prime subscription now.
Oh my God. Right?
But in this, I'm stealing from my talk here. In the small modular nuclear space, there was a company called NuScale out of Idaho, which is where Rick Dover originally did his development for the reactor that went into submarines and so forth. Like, there's a long history of nuclear development in Idaho, and they, just before the pandemic, had gotten a design fully approved by the NRC. The NuScale reactor is a phenomenal design. They had even gotten changes to the rules for nuclear power that were going to make it more efficient for running small modular. Like, it's really successful. And then the pandemic threw everything sideways. They'd gotten an approval. It was a $4 billion build for the first one. Nevada and Idaho had signed on. And by the time they come out of the pandemic in 2023, it's $9 billion.
Yeah.
And the states, that's the people's money. They can't take a doubling of the price. And so the project just stops.
Sure.
But in Amazon, like $9 billion is a good weekend, right?
Yeah.
So like their ability to finance that sort of thing to mature it is interesting. Plus those 150 megawatt reactors, that's a good size for a couple of data centers. So we may end up in a situation where the demands of the tech giants for power to not destabilize the grid mature a technology that can take our grid forward.
Wouldn't that be interesting if the power companies consolidated into the tech giants?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll go quite that far because and again, I'm a Canadian, so we believe in public ownership, right? We think that actually being in the best interest of its citizens is a good idea. And so I think there would be some interesting private-public partnerships there.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because electricity kind of isn't optional. When electricity fails, you can't, the only way that true capitalism works is when it can be win-win or no deal. And no deal doesn't work when you die if you don't have electricity. So you need to protect it.
And there are some interesting political things that I don't want to get into regarding that.
But, all of this is part of the equation. But we're on an interesting growth path here. I think we're trying to find ways forward. I think for the most part, people are trying to do the right thing.
Definitely.
And as long as we stick to values that are important to us about taking care of folks and doing the right thing by folks, we think we'd be all right. And possibly get over some difficult hurdles. The power companies are conservative for a reason. Electricity is not supposed to be exciting. It's supposed to just work. And so innovation, not welcome in electricity because that would be exciting, right? You kind of just want reliability. So they're conservative for a reason. Tech giants are not, because tech giants are expected to innovate. And so this might be a way to move those things forward.
It's interesting that 10, 15 years ago, as Azure and AWS really started hitting it, we talked about compute being a new utility.
It is a utility, without a doubt. You buy it the same way you buy electricity. You buy it by the minute. All right.
Yeah.
And when you you don't use it, you don't pay for it.
Well, sometimes you do. I can reference some folks who stood up Kubernetes the wrong way.
It's just like that, waking up in the middle of the night going, did I leave my EC2 instant running? That happened.
Yeah, that does happen. Oh my gosh.
But that's no different than you left a block heater on in the garage overnight, except that was at 25 cents a kilowatt hour. And so you burned like $20.
Yeah, big deal.
And a good size EC2 cluster, it's like I burned $1,000 on Wednesday.
I had logs that were being sent too frequently on an Azure instance, and I got a $4,000 bill one month.
Surprise.
I'm like, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
Oh, it turns out you were storing 100 terabytes of log data. Like, oh.
Yeah, we got to push harder on getting away from this monthly billing surprise model. You'd be less like the cell phone companies and, more like a meter you can see running all of the time.
This feels like something that I'm going to come back around to it, that AI can raise and say, hey, this doesn't look right.
Yeah.
This is an anomaly.
Yeah. And absolutely. But I mean, it's still a cop out. Like in that sense, we should have a dashboard showing where our burn is.
Oh, yeah.
And just chatting with us regularly about, do you know you're burning this? Do you know where it's at?
So there is an entry on Azure that'll show you a projected estimate, but you have to go digging and go find it.
Well, and I'm also abundantly aware, like Microsoft doesn't know either. Like the reporting mechanisms for gathering consumption are not real time. They do have a batch process, and so there's always going to be a lag. But those things will continue to improve because everybody wants to know more about consumption.
So, Well, this has been fun, my friend. I really enjoy chatting, connecting with you on this. And we've got some time coming up in Stockholm next month.
Yeah, really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and there's an MVP summit coming up in March that folks are going to be headed out to.
Yep, I'm already booked in the Aloft for that. So I may have grabbed my week like a year in advance because that's the place to be.
It is.
Yeah.
I might be in the same building.
Well, if you want to learn about what's going on, sitting in that lobby bar, back you were talking about MJ and her code word things, like if somebody badly behaved could sit in that bar and make notes because people talk too much over their preferred beverages in that room.
They do. Oh, they do.
The MVP Summit's only 1 week out of many weeks, but I am often there. I've been there when I was doing .NET Conf, and there is usually a non-trivial number of remote Microsoft workers in that building, in that bar, and they're talking about work.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
And talking about
And hey, I'm sorry I missed .NET Conf. I was in Tunisia. All the excuses.
Wow. All right. A night in Tunisia. What was that?
It was a week in Tunisia, and it was the first .NET event in Tunisia since the Arab Spring.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's been almost 20 years. Yeah.
Oh, it's great to hear. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really exciting. And some young people just super excited to see folks that are in the industry that they've read their articles or heard their podcasts, and we got a chance to be there.
Oh, that's great stuff.
So that's my excuse for missing the show. I'm sorry.
No excuse needed. It was a fine show. We had a great time with .NET Conf.
I love doing a .NET Conf shift. That 4-hour like super on with someone talking in your ear, walking and talking and doing the interstitials. Like it's a very demanding block of time, but it's exciting.
We updated TagsApp. We were doing works on TagsApp, the application we built here live on stream, and we had it integrated with Blue Sky, and with fully integrated. We finished and fixed some integration with YouTube live chat. So we had 6 different areas that folks were able to chat somewhere online.
Nice.
And
we then also bring it in so we can all see it, right? Like Windows Weekly, we're streaming out to 8 or 9 different sources, but it's hard to bring them all together.
I might know somebody who can help with that.
Maybe. Yeah, it's something we could do more on. But and Blue Sky seems to be the happy place these days.
It does. Chat room. Drop 1 in the chat if you're using Blue Sky as your preferred social media.
I find I'm now opening it first. Like that's what I'm noticing. I may not have as many followers on Blue Sky as I have on Twitter, but the folks that are there, they want to talk.
I find that the tech discussion is really good on Blue Sky. There we go. We're seeing some ones come in there. But for things like sports or the non-technical things, the sports discussion, there's other discussions that I participate in around different hobbies and things. It's still X is where it's at for those. But I do start. I'll start opening Blue Sky first now. Mastodon, it's just too hard for the average person to use.
I'm with you, and I mean, I'm still posting on. I post on Mastodon and Threads and Blue Sky and X, but who do I interact with first? Folks on Blue Sky.
Yeah,
I mean, I get to everybody. If someone's going to go to the trouble of commenting on a show or asking a question, I'm going to do my best to answer it. But where do I go first? These days it seems to be Blue Sky. This is the most, and one of the things that happened while I was writing the Geek Outs over the end of the year, which I don't know if you listen to them, they were insanely long, and I'm sorry. I a few times put out notes just about driving on them, and consistently the feedback through Blue Sky was really strong.
The Instagram and Threads are the ones that I don't find quality interactions on them.
Yeah, I mean, Threads got a huge base because it stole Instagram's graph. I mean, the bigger issue here in general, not to go off on a tangent, but hey, what else do I do? Is that in the 2020s of social media, nobody got time to build a graph no more. Like we're past that. And so what can you do to hijack a graph or to generate a graph for me? And that's what Threads had right, because it had the Instagram graph. Blue Sky figured it out with the starter packs.
Oh
right?
yeah.
That the
Oh,
one
yeah.
in 1,000 that's still willing to build a graph could build a starter pack, and the rest of us could just grab the starter pack.
Yep.
And
And now
that
you've got
got
the
us
graph.
building out the graph quickly. So
Yep.
that's the difference. I mean, once upon a time, it was a thing to build out your graph. Now we're just not interested anymore. So it's hard to get a new site started.
I like how Blue Sky has built the labeler ecosystem.
Mhm.
That's interesting. We're not going to validate folks, but you can subscribe to a labeler that folks do get labeled, and you can read further into that appropriately.
Yeah.
That's
No,
interesting.
I think it's wise, and they just seem to be definitely taking lessons of the mistakes made over the past 15 plus years of social media to try and do things better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful. It's nice to see a somewhat less hostile or psychotic environment that we can chat in.
Right. The
People still want to go to the comments. We still want to interact. We're just trying not to get psychologically damaged by it in the process.
the evil billionaire takeover we don't need.
No, and in the end, they need us more than we need them. So
Totally.
with any luck, we can continue to vote with our feet and persuade them that if nobody's listening to you, then you really aren't right.
So did you see that? And one last topic here topic shift before I need to show some folks who won some raffles here.
Am I unhappy with you doing that aggression, friend? No, not at all.
Did you see a number of Americans that went to Red Note over the weekend?
Yeah, very interesting. This battle over TikTok is challenging problem space. And they definitely this message of we don't care. We want our interaction medium. Like that's what's important.
Yeah.
The ban hammer is not a good solution to the problem. Not saying there isn't a problem. There's definitely a problem. You need to come up with a better solution than the ban hammer. That's not smart.
Well, right. The how petty am I as an American and the rest of my fellow Americans that you're going to take away TikTok because it's owned by the Chinese. So instead, we're going to take all of our content and we're going to go to an even more Chinese-owned application.
No, I mean, we've got a problem with convincing people that security is a priority in any way. Anyway, this is a doubly abstract issue of security. And folks just presume they're protected, whether they are or not.
Mhm.
It's not an easy problem to answer, and I don't think their solution is particularly credible or smart. There was better ways to go about this. Not that I have any answers here.
No.
Wagging your finger and threatening is not a good strategy.
No. I have some raffle here to show some winners on. I've got the list of these folks in a notepad because that's how we developers do things like this, right?
Mhm.
So I'm going to share this notepad window because I'm that kind of person. Here it is. There you go. We've got 10 winners for our giveaways. Our friends from Gap and from Progress will be in touch with all of these folks that you see over here. You've won a giveaway as part of today's stream. Thank you so much for watching. It's been great having you as part of this. If your name's up on the screen, you've shared an email address with us and checked out the form. They will be in touch. Thank you very, very much to all these folks that completed and were part of the event. So it's a pleasure talking to you, sir.
Been too long, buddy. Like we normally chat on a regular basis, but I think through the holiday season and stuff, we just got so busy we hadn't had a chance to catch up. So
I've gone through so much just nonsense over the December break. Like summer was hard for me, but December took everything that happened in the summer and compressed it into 1 month. And I'm like, I'd love to invite
this
you back.
fundamental shift where your girls are moving out of the house and living their new lives. Like I don't want to underestimate how hard that is. You've lived a particular way for a couple of decades, and that is ending, and so very disruptive.
Over the course of last summer, I had my second daughter start college.
Mm-hmm.
The first daughter got married.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. The son-in-law went back to his army base.
Right.
Daughter went back to school, and the other daughter went back to another school. Like,
Your world is fragmented. And if you
Yes.
don't feel weird about it, you're not paying attention to how you actually feel.
No.
You know.
But I was going to offer, we haven't done this, and I owe Chad. I promised I'd invite you to a live stream. We could talk more on a live stream one morning here. If we can figure something out and schedule something over the next month or two, it'd be a pleasure to have you back on and talk further, because these discussions are always so great.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. And certainly when you look at the stuff that I'm working on right now, more and more I'm realizing I should be doing a weekly geek out. There's just so much demand for it. So as if I wasn't already doing enough, but I'm trying to lighten up the load on a few things so I can do more of the stuff that people seem to be asking for. So we'll keep pushing down that path.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, I will talk to you later, sir. And to all of you out there, thank you so much for joining us as part of the event. We're going to be doing more .NET Conf focus events coming up here. Richard, we're talking about running 2 potentially in the spring and summer here as we get ready for .NET Conf 2025. It's the 15th .NET Conf coming up in the fall. So
it's working for us, right?
It is.
This is a good pattern to a healthy ecosystem that constantly needs to check in with itself and see where we're going and what's coming next. That's what growth looks like. So
it is.
So far, we're good. And congratulations, after all these iterations, still doing the thing.
Still going strong. So
yeah, for sure.
All righty. Take care, friends. We will see you next time. All right.